my entire channel champions this idea. And so, if you hate Starfield, I think that's okay. And if you want to express your hatred of Starfield online, I also think that's okay. And if you are disappointed in Starfield, Bethesda, or any other part of the gaming industry, then I think
It's
that's okay as well.
okay.
But
I
there
think
are
we got
things
the
which
pitch
are
of
not
this.
okay, no matter what your opinion of a game might be. And it's those things that I want to focus on. So this video is not like my normal content. I will not be criticizing a game, but I will be talking about games criticism and about some of the
Yep.
things that people don't usually.
Something I've gone extensively into the meta on criticism as it is good faith criticism, what's bad criticism, what's good criticism. I mock people for their criticism, they mocked me for my criticism. It's criticism all around. It's a criticism buffet. So, how is this going to go? I don't know. As I said, this guy stole my script idea. Well, not really. I'm sure his sort of rabbit hole is as valid as mine.
To make this as easy as possible for you, I've included a list of all sources in the description.
Yep, sources.
With
Trying
that
to be
out
honest.
of the way, let's begin with the most infamous speech in the history of game development.
A little misleading here, but I get what he's doing with this.
This story is as much about the journey as the destination, and so I think the best way to tell it is to take you along the path that I took to get here. Now, hopefully, if you're watching this, you're at least somewhat familiar with Starfield and its developer, Bethesda. But if
It's
not,
a little
the short
bit of a
version
long path.
is that Bethesda are the makers of several popular RPGs, and their latest game, Starfield, left many people disappointed.
Yes, it did.
Something
And I
else you
can
might be
skip
familiar
ahead.
with is it was during the making of that video that I ended up noticing how discussions around Starfield were increasingly becoming centered on one single name.
Quite
Emil
interesting, isn't it?
Pagliarulo, a man thousands of people seemed to hate.
So pathetic. I swear to God, some game developers, there's like this fucking strain of game developers.
Now, I'm not exactly new to video game discussions, and so this name was familiar to me.
So, entitled gamers. That's what I would have went with that man.
Emil is a design director at Bethesda Game Studios, who worked as a writer on Oblivion before becoming the lead writer on Fallout 3, Skyrim, Fallout 4, and most recently, Starfield. The reason I already knew of Emil is because he's long been mentioned by some people in the Bethesda fan community as an almost boogeyman type figure who is responsible for many of the bad parts of these games.
Yeah, I noticed
Something
that.
I was never sure of, however, was when and how this animosity between Emil and the Fallout and Elder Scrolls community started. And so, as I saw him being mercilessly ripped into on Twitter, in YouTube thumbnails, in big YouTube videos, and even in the gaming media.
Yeah, this isn't the stint I would have took with my script going down this rabbit hole. I guess that's what separates the elite of YouTube with a few K comparison to me who is under a K. No Ks for me.
I became curious about where this conflict began and what exactly Emil's original crimes were. The earliest anti-Emil remarks that are still around come from the old-school Fallout forum, No Mutants Allowed, a place once known for its users' passionate dislike of Fallout 3 and Bethesda. For some background, Fallout 1 and 2 were developed by different studios, and after Bethesda acquired the Fallout license, many older Fallout fans were concerned about the direction the series would take, and things like the move away from an isometric perspective. No Mutants Allowed was originally the place for these types of concerns to be voiced.
Yep.
But initially, Emil's reputation there was pretty positive. This seems
That
to
is
be because he was one of the
surprising
only
to
Bethesda
know.
developers who actually addressed older fans' concerns during.
I mean, this man is fiercely into the lore, really does his research in some areas, but a little hands off. Can't really get in contact him. No Twitter, no Discord that I could find. Nah, I've been sort of following him since the entire history of games. So, wasn't I surprised by this particular video when it popped up? I wasn't even sure what it was about. The lies, hate, and the story of Emil.
Success became clear, and it started winning Game of the Year awards and such. During this time, Emil, as lead writer and designer on the game, did a lot of interviews and publicity events talking about the game's reception and planned DLC, which brought plenty of continued attention. This situation was likely exacerbated by the fact that Bethesda, Emil, and particular games media all seemed to be acting like Fallout 3 was a great game, with interviews and awards that were celebratory in nature, all while No Mutants Allowed considered Fallout 3 to be a relatively bad game and something of a betrayal of the series, with the writing in particular being scrutinized for inconsistency.
Yep, exactly. countered this myself. Okay. Some of the diehard people are really at it with this.
Perhaps making it more extreme. And yet,
Perhaps,
in the grand
perhaps.
scheme of things, this all seems pretty insignificant. Make no mistake, this was where Emil's negative online reputation began. But as soon as he stopped doing interviews following Fallout 3's release, search results for his name on No Mutants Allowed became relatively rare, and outside of No Mutants Allowed, there is almost no negativity attached to his name in this period at all. For example, on Reddit from
Seems
all
like a
results before
rather
2015, there is just one person I
seems like a rather neutral, unbiased way, but could he be hiding a secret agenda? I don't know. He probably has a bias. He lets that on at the end. But what is his bias? Is it the same as mine? Not like in certain types of criticism that seem to have ramped up. Maybe.
by the release of the next mainline entry, Fallout 4, a game that received a more mixed reception from fans, with many people being critical of its story and or writing. And yet, that criticism is still largely disconnected from Emil's name. There are some exceptions, of course, but they're still relatively rare. And yet, if you skip forward 2 years, this changes completely, with negative comments about Emil now showing up all the time and being very specific, with a lot of the criticism based on actual quotes or Emil's writing philosophy. The event which caused this change is a single speech given at Copenhagen Games Festival 2016.
I think
A
this is
small event
important.
with a small crowd.
This is actually important. It was even in my script when I was writing it. Audience is important. Considering who your audience is important as a content creator, as a communicator of any idea of any different level. The better you can communicate, something I lack in comparison to this guy, but probably better than others in other areas. Everyone has their rate of difference and their tactics. So I was going to go into the sort of audience dynamic here, and seems like he's along the lines that I would have pursued in a much more straight fashion, thorough way.
Where Emil was invited to deliver a talk on storytelling in games. This speech is going to be referenced many, many, many times by myself and even more so from other people who will appear in this video. So that means you are going to see multiple different interpretations of this speech.
Yep.
But before that, why not listen to some of the most referenced and important parts of it?
I don't really think it's important that I do that. I have a whole section about this. I mean, you can
And
listen
if this
to a little
section
bit.
feels a little long, well, trust me that it will be important.
How
Not
do we
necessarily,
make our stories, and how do I personally
but
make my stories?
I got my own
I
section
thought-
for that.
Because we knew we needed to get stuff in the game and play it and start working with the team. We start making shacks.
What you know, which he explains as drawing from personal experience in your writing.
Right? And then reading the reviews, of course, and hopefully
Reading
if you
reviews,
get lucky,
living the
ignoring
reviews,
right?
reading
Thank
the
you very
reviews.
much, guys.
Okay, more about what he says.
So, what did you think? As this will be referenced continuously from here on out, I'll do a quick summary that I think is in good faith and is completely factual.
That is very important to consider. In good faith, that's completely factual. Can't disagree with his logic here. Let's see if I can catch him on anything that I disagree, because frankly, in one of my little videos here, hopefully it's linked. Yes, I did a whole review of this. Oh, don't see that. That's for later on. Okay, did a whole little review of this.
Trying to reclaim. It's about an aging superhero. It's about an aging superhero.
Yes, I was
stuck
recording
in the
audio.
rut of middle age, trying to reclaim the sort of glory of
Yeah,
the
it's
past
horrible.
with it.
It's unedited, so I'm just using this as a template to put other things at. But yes, I did almost a 2-hour session just trying to do an unbiased, unmitigated review before I started getting into this, since it all seemed to be centered around this one particular speech. You're never going to see that, but I could provide it if need be. Not that anyone's going to really care about that.
Right? Thank you very much, guys.
So, what did you think? As this will be referenced continuously from here on out, I'll do a quick summary that I think is in good faith and is completely factual. When Emil was asked to give this speech, he thought about his writing process and came up with 3 rules he finds useful. Keep it simple, stupid, which he explains as being about having a single, strong, central theme in a story. Write what you know, which he explains as drawing from personal experience in your writing, where he gives an example of working on the Thief series and growing up Catholic when designing the Dark Brotherhood. And lastly, great games are played, not made, a company-wide motto at Bethesda.
The one that he sort of, I felt, was the least invested in. Something that was a corporate motive. Something people just had to shoehorn in because he seemed least committed to it. He has his own, should I say, he had his own interpretation of it, and I don't really think he worked it really well into the speech, but that's besides the point. Plenty of criticisms about the speech. I came to the same conclusion. It's rather lackluster, and his inexperience in sort of speaking engagements, as he brings up in the very beginning, is fairly clear here.
About the importance of iteration and playtesting in creating games. Emil then also says he applies this as a writer by making sure to remember that you are writing for an interactive medium, which is different to non-interactive mediums. He gives a light-hearted analogy of just because writers want to write the next great American novel doesn't mean players will comply and might instead make paper airplanes out of the pages by just doing whatever they feel like. Therefore, don't forget about player freedom when writing. Of course, there are many other things said in this speech. It is over 40 minutes long. A lot of it is about Fallout 4, or providing other examples of these 3 rules.
Really wish I could skip
in
this.
My summary, I focused on the rules rather than Fallout 4, because these days the negativity focuses on Emil himself more than Fallout 4. As for that negativity, we'll get to it soon. And I am sorry for this slow introduction.
Teasing. Too much setup. This guy could probably cut this down a lot shorter and leave out a couple of his little tricks that he's probably going to get criticized and hammered for.
And should fans and YouTubers feel justified in harassing and hating him?
See, this is where I will take the issue with the term harassment. Okay. I don't know if I would consider this harassment. Okay. It's definitely unwarranted criticism that is perpetually upkeeping. Now, if he could, I think I personally have a higher standard for harassment, but I'm a bit of a, smart ass, definitions aren't really my things, and I don't like to label things so easily unless a sort of established behavior. But in this guy's mind, definitely clear that this could count as harassment, and I can't blame him for feeling that way when he lays it out as he does. Do I agree with that assessment? Not necessarily.
Don't worry if you don't have an answer quite yet. There are many more arguments to come and more evidence. But as we hear those arguments, keep in mind the context of this speech. This was a fairly informal affair at a very small event. The speech might even have been hastily written. But these sorts of events are good for the industry because they help smaller game devs, particularly when it comes to networking.
Apologia, man. No, this is just realism, okay? People don't like making excuses. They just like to find evidence that fits their worldview. And part of my script, which I'm not going to really go over, I'll bring up parts of it when it is relevant, came down to the fact that it's a trifecta against Starfield. You have these guys, which he's going to go over, the sort of Emil haters, Bethesda haters, as they are called, and many, many circles. And then you have the woke, the anti-woke people harping on because of Az's whole speech. And you also have the sort of Xbox versus PlayStation sort of a team sports dynamic. All those are particular fashions. I've made my anti-woke sentiments rather clear. The console wars, that would have been a tougher subject to sort of insert in. I was trying to work on that in my script, but we'll see how that turns out, if anything gets made out of it, or if this is all I do on this particular thing.
And having a bigger name speaker helps attract people to them. Emil is also not a professional public speaker. He is a game developer. So this is not something he has much experience in, and many people find public speaking difficult.
These are all reasonable things to keep in mind why anyone goes to this speech if you're doing it with a good faith interpretation. But you know what? Good faith is for losers, I guess.
So why am I here in Copenhagen? I don't do this. I don't speak. I prefer to stay in my office and make games.
He was also probably nervous. I mean, that is the very first thing he says.
I'm a bundle of nervous energy, so trying to
Maybe.
use that.
This speech
Copenhagen.
had an enormous impact. This is what turned the world against Emil.
They
This
probably
is what
suck.
caused
But,
negative
oh
comments
well.
about Emil to go from there but rare to being everywhere. But that didn't happen right away. In fact, when this was first uploaded and then posted to our Fallout, the response was mild, with 165 upvotes and 172 comments. As for those comments, they were mixed. Let's go through some, starting at the top. The first is about Hayao Miyazaki's face. The next is a summary. The next is positive about Emil's rules and negative about how they apply to Fallout 4. The next is also negative about Fallout 4, and so is the next. The next is
You're
deleted.
right.
The next
It
is
is
speculating that this
Denmark.
will start a shit show. The next is actually
You learn
negative
something
about
new
Emil's
every
rules.
day.
At least keep it simple,
Copenhagen
stupid.
is
The next says
the
Far Harbor, which is Fallout 4's DLC, was better than the base game.
capital of
The
Denmark.
next is someone
Good to
laughing
know.
and saying that this is the fuel many on the subreddit were waiting for, and so on. Overall, it's a mix of responses, but most of the negativity is still placed on Fallout 4 rather than Emil himself. And
Yep.
no one seems to think this speech is that shocking.
Yep. Many of the mistakes of Fallout 4. I mean, I have plenty of criticisms of Fallout 4 myself. Okay. The dialogue sort of thing was definitely one of them. There's also other simplifications that I really disappointed with when Fallout 4 came out. And I'm understanding more criticisms of Fallout 4 that I can actually totally agree with. But you know what? When you got good criticisms, just lumping on all these smaller criticisms and going about that seems a little bit, death by 1,000 paper cuts. And I don't like that sort of criticism. Maybe it's a personal thing.
And maybe that lines up with your own thoughts about the speech. And so, this speech, the most infamous speech in the entire history of game development,
This is such a jackass move.
no real impact.
The sole section
Until
title.
1 year later, when
Most
Reddit user
infamous
Flying
speech.
Nun made a post titled, "Until Bethesda
Very
fires
cheeky.
/ relocates Emil Pagliarulo."
I swear, those darn, I think this is a British guy who sort of has that sort of swagger tone to him. Horrible with accents, but yeah, sort of a cheeky sort of turn of phrase. Calling the most infamous speech, and the sort of turn in on it is this infamous speech didn't make any real impact until much, much later, folks.
Do not expect quality storylines ever again. Yes, it is that bad. And at last, after all this boring introduction that I will try to edit down and shorten as much as I can, but I can't work miracles,
Yeah, you didn't do enough, man. You could have edited down a lot more and sort of lost a little bit of your, artistic flair and turns of a phrase.
in an ideal world, you would have watched the entire
All of these are cheeky. These are all deceptive. Even the title, Reasonable Reddit Post, digs into that expert witness Creetosis. And finally, Design Dr. PatricianTV.
Still, the world is not ideal, and so I will do my best. Also, not to spoil a big chunk of this video for you, but this right here demonstrates clearly the main problem that is at the heart of this story. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. A flying nun,
See, like that sort of bullshit annoys me in this video.
because that he is an unhappy Fallout 4 fan that is watching this speech to get explanations for why design decisions in Fallout
Yep.
4 that he doesn't like are made.
Sons, give me
Meanwhile,
a sign.
Emil isn't trying to give a speech just
It's called confirmation bias. You'll look for you have a sort of gut feeling about something. You like Fallout 3, you liked New Vegas. Fallout 4 comes around, completely shatters everything. You hate every little design. Still Fallout, but it feels weird. It's getting different. It's diversified. The voice, the changing. People don't like changing. Too many autistic and freaking Asperger's syndrome players out there, of course. And yeah, I agree with some of the criticism about this, but again, let me not harp on that too much.
justifying these decisions and is instead just talking about his personal design process to try to provide useful information to other game developers, i.e. the actual audience. And he is just using Fallout 4 as an example for this. He does
Correct. Audience is important when going into these sort of issues here. Something a lot of critics don't even consider when they go over the speech or almost anything. Who was the person trying to communicate? Important thing. Anyone who has any basic understanding of media studies would know this is an important component. It's about the speaker, the audience, and the intent. There's some other factors that I don't really that come in specific circumstances, but I don't want to get into those.
Admittedly, talk about problems Bethesda faced with various design choices in the game, but Emil isn't the only developer who has done this. In fact, it's quite a common thing for developers to mention problems they've faced during development in speeches, and the GDC YouTube channel features hundreds of examples. Also, Emil usually does say why these decisions were made. To counter a Flying Nun's lead example of not justifying the new dialogue system, Emil says the reason for the change was that they felt the old system was dated, they were inspired by games like Mass Effect and Telltale's The Walking Dead, and they wanted to create a more fluid...
I mean, I can respect it, but still dumb when he goes over that. I'm like, this is just, I understand your reasoning. I still just think it was really stupid decision to have this diversified, because he goes on talking about sort of the affirmative, negative, neutral, and flip it remark or something like that from what I remember.
Moving on, a Flying Nun's second main problem is that Emil, quote...
And I don't mind pausing over this. You can read it if you're watching in the future. Not many people in the chat right now, which I'm used to, but this is about practice. He brings up a lot of these points later. I could probably skip a whole bunch of this. In fact, I'm going to speed up this section until it goes out because it becomes a lot more relevant later. Not too much.
Reason. And, well, the reason he talks about and shows pictures of his co-workers is because he's talking about his team's work. This is what Emil says.
But they're great, and I work with this team to create our stories. When we start writing a story at Bethesda, when I start working with the team.
The reason a Flying Nun says this is pointless is because it's something he doesn't care about. It serves no point for what he wants to know. But all...
Yep, exactly. Doesn't care about the actual intent of why Emil is doing this. It's another complaint. Just an entitled gamer who's just like, I want to find the reason. Tell me the reason. Oh, his ideas about storytelling are terrible. Are they terrible? Or you just don't have the expertise and just assume you know something from, other YouTubers, Google searches, your own personal thoughts on media, how media should be done, consumed, blah, blah, blah. It's really a very entitled sentiment. And I'm willing to say that because fuck entitled people, okay?
What Emil is trying to do here is acknowledge the other people involved in the work that he's actively talking about, so as not to erase his team's contributions in his explanation. That's why he keeps saying we rather than I. He's talking about his team. That's why
I would
he
say
shows his
before. This was long ago.
Moving on, the third major problem that is apparently the biggest is Emil's own lack of analytical skills in regards to writing. Now, Flying Nun, if you're listening to this, I don't want to be mean, but I'm not sure you are the right person to criticize someone else's lack of analytical skills. Anyway, here, a Flying Nun says Emil cannot differentiate between concepts and things. And the evidence he presents for this is that when Emil talks about themes in movies and other games, he focuses on concepts. And yet, apparently, when Emil talks about his own work, he focuses on things and concepts. Therefore, Emil can't differentiate between the two, which a Flying Nun describes as a serious problem for a writer. Now, would you like to see what Emil actually said in a Flying Nun's example?
Skyrim. Skyrim is a game about dragons, right? Even in the studio, what is the game about? It's about dragons. But the story is not really about dragons, right? It is about the lone hero, right? It is much more biblical than a lot of the other stories we've done. It's about the Dragonborn, the Dovahkiin is much more of a
way too harping on the biblical.
So this is what proves Emil can't differentiate between things and concepts, and therefore lacks analytical skills. Even more suspect than this, though, is what a Flying Nun says about Fallout 4's main concept, suspicion. Quote, of all emotions...
Yes, this is after the Blizzard merger with Activision. It seems that was 2008 when the merger happened recently with Microsoft. I guess that happened. Sheesh, I didn't even know Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft. No, that's the intent. Okay, yeah, that's what everyone's arguing over. Yeah, understandable. Just going over this because it has a very interesting section. Actually, quite a few. This is actually the boring section. Freaking hell.
Emotions and feelings. I dare say Emil somehow found the most infantile,
but I am a completionist.
Less interesting human emotion or feeling than suspicion. Even lust spawns doesn't.
Almost out of necessity with some of the autistic people who criticize things nowadays.
all the other adult emotions that we are allowed to feature in stories. Yep, that's right. Blade Runner, The Thing, almost every Hitchcock movie. Yeah, you guessed it. They must all be trashy kiddie movies because they focus on suspicion, the quote, most infantile emotion. Also, why is lust added as the, I guess, second least interesting? You don't think lust is an interesting
This is
emotion?
gonna put you asleep.
Oh, fuck. They're a child, aren't they? I am bullying a child on the internet. God damn
I
it.
like that.
And I usually try hard not to do things like that.
This is so freaking cheeky. Like they're a child.
Video.
Oh,
Go.
I keep forgetting to say this. Just for anyone who's watching in the future, do not go bully and harass any of these creators. This creator here is just a Reddit poster. He might be right. Might be a child, entitled child here, who's trying to post hoc rationalize why they didn't like Fallout 4 in retrospect.
He wrote about suspicion, and suspicion is the most infantile emotion. And they thought, yeah, that makes sense to me. So who exactly is the dumbest in this situation, I ask? Moving on to the final problem, which is apparently that Emil correctly identifies literary concepts, hey, good job, Emil, but then blatantly violates them.
Stop! You violated the law.
The example Flying Nun gives is Emil's
I think this comparison actually falls through a little bit. I like where this YouTuber is going, but a little bit more research. What actually bloated this video even over 2 hours? But still, doesn't change the fact he's a little bit off on some of the criticisms that are identifying the criticisms from some content creators, or not even going heavily into details on that.
because old fans are old by this point, but instead between fans of Obsidian Entertainment's Fallout New
And a
Vegas
lot of
and fans
cringy
of
ass
Bethesda's
jokes in
Fallout
this.
3 and 4. A Flying
Talking
Nun is
about
clearly a
the-
New Vegas fan who did
Talking about the interplay, old interplay, Bethesda, sort of Civil War.
so that's
But
nice,
yeah, this lines
I
up.
think.
A lot
And
of
then he
people are
attacks
going
Emil
to
for
use this
creating the
to nail
acronym
him to
KISS.
the
He
wall.
gets
If I
super stupid,
know
not
my...
realizing that Emil is not actually the inventor of KISS, which was a design principle that
Yeah,
has apparently been
that's
around
funny.
since the 60s and was coined by an engineer in the US Navy.
Call out the
The post
stupidity.
concludes by saying,
Good tactic.
in short, the entire video depicts Emil as someone incapable of collecting his thoughts, incapable of analytical thinking skills, incapable of withholding thoughts in his mind for longer than 10 seconds,
So
and
nice,
even
so
incapable
nice.
of justifying his own decisions. And no, the video does not depict any of those things. But that is how this Reddit post depicts Emil. And this post was influential. With over 8,000 upvotes and more than 1,000 comments, this alone makes it one of
I think he's probably overselling a lot of this stuff here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's right here, but I think he's placing too much value in this. He isn't even going into some of the more original critics. Like Mr. Caption, I think that would have happened. Hell, this Flying Nun person might be Mr. Caption for all I know. Mr. Caption is elusive. Oh, this
checked.
is another.
Obviously, don't write the question down for them. That might confuse them.
Very
But have we
cheeky.
considered some kind of other way to conduct a
This is a good
For
joke.
example, it also got 6,000 upvotes and 1.2 thousand comments on RPC Gaming, and it made its way to plenty of other subreddits as well, eventually. Now, I do have to wonder, as someone who doesn't really use Reddit much, can Redditors read? That's it. That's the question. Can
I like
Redditors read?
this.
I mean, has anyone ever checked? Obviously, don't write the question down for them. That might confuse them. But have we considered some kind of other way to conduct a poll to understand what we're dealing with here and how something like this goes so unchallenged for so long?
Such a obviously stupid comment. Some people are going to harp on him for this line. Such an obvious joke. Okay. But I'm curious. I want to see responses to this. This will be funny if they're going to be like, how dare you say, how Redditors, that's so stupid. I think, no, let me not say that.
I'm sorry, I might be getting a little carried away there, and I don't want to insult anyone either. In reality, it's not actually that hard to see how this post was.
I don't want to insult anyone. He is very insulting in this. I swear. This is such British dry humor. Oh, I don't know whether or not to criticize him for it or to commend him for it. It's just very cheeky, very British. Maybe he's not even British. Maybe he's just throwing on that posh accent for the YouTube authority that it gives people. Apparently, I never give much credence to it.
Was successful. The entire thing is written in a very authoritative style. A Flying Nun talks with complete confidence and presents himself as an expert on the subject at hand. He uses lots of examples to back his points up, and he invokes literary terms like Chekhov's gun, as well as the names of other developers to show off his understanding of the industry and writing. And so it's actually quite easy to imagine how people might be taken in by this post, particularly if they only skim through it, which people often do when presented with such a big wall of text, and especially if they've never seen the original speech being referenced to compare the two.
I think he's actually right here. It's a generalization, but I think it's fair to say, like a lot of people just, it's proven that the sort of title alone will sort of prime someone psychologically. And as they're skimming, they'll sometimes skip over things and go to what the title sort of leads them to. And they could even read the stuff and still miss a lot of things, but he's not really laying that out in psychological terms, so it's going to come off as bullshit to a lot of people. But I actually agree with this general sentiment here.
And realize how drastically inaccurate this post is. And as for Emil's speech, it's not great. He does seem a bit awkward and nervous. His examples are sometimes quite shallow. There are a few points where he does go off on tangents. They're not pointless, but it's not always immediately apparent to the viewer what the point is.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree with the sentiment. Maybe I would even be a little bit harsher with the speech here. Okay. But reasonable here.
And really, there are lots of things you could criticize about this speech. It's not great. But it's not especially bad either. I have seen plenty of worse public speakers. And don't forget the context. A small speech at a small event from one game developer to some others.
Bingo. Harping that point in home. Much better than I could have, especially with this example.
The crowd, for what it's worth, seem to have liked the speech. They laugh at Emil's jokes.
So, of course, when I think of Danish gaming, chili con carne, right? Yeah.
And they give him a warm applause at the end.
Thank you very much, guys.
Boomer humor. Okay, but this was years ago and probably a bunch of boomers, some elitist crowd.
No one in the audience flies into any fits of rage, for one thing. And as for the audience of the Reddit post, a lot of people didn't seem to agree with it. The top post points out how Emil was not the inventor of Kiss. The second from the top does agree with a flying nun and says OP is only scratching the surface, to which a flying nun gives an enthusiastic reply to. But after that, there's plenty of disagreement. Quote,
Yeah.
OP is going a bit nuts with the criticism.
There's
Emil did
boomer
not invent
humor.
Kiss. Lay off the chems for a
I
while,
even
dude.
made a tweet
Or
to him
imagining
saying,
OP's bedroom
oh,
walls
that's
covered
some
in hand-drawn spirals.
boomer.
Or, I'm glad I'm not visible enough for someone to psychologically abandon.
Not like after I started investigating this, I actually did a tweet to him. He said something really stupid. He didn't know he could stream like his Xbox from his computer or his Xbox to his computer or to his computer to his Xbox. And I'm like, boomer dev. And he's like, I get what you're saying. So I only followed him because of this case. Really have no prior experience with Emil. Don't really look into these developers. Maybe I should, but I'm all over the place.
My entire capability and competency at my job on a single presentation I gave at a random event. Or, I have similar concerns about Bethesda's storytelling, but am I the only one uncomfortable with going after one person with this kind of intensity?
Yeah, I agree. Placing the blame on one person seems ridiculous. He'll bring up himself. He doesn't know. No one knows.
And so on. There was pushback. It just didn't matter. And soon, this post would go beyond Reddit. February 2017, 2 weeks after the Reddit post, YouTuber It's a Gundam posted a video titled, "Until Bethesda fires or relocates Emil Pagliarulo, do not expect quality storylines ever again." Huh, that's a strikingly familiar sentence. The video opens with two YouTubers arguing over Fallout 4, where one of them is trying to epically own the other through the power of editing.
Good gameplay design, like Fallout. Horrible stories, like Fallout.
I love this. Okay. It's a Gundam. I don't know which Rags video this is and which Rags person he's responding to. But yeah, I don't know if he should have done more research into this sort of drama, but I guess it's not really relevant to this, so it's fine. He didn't really look into this. But Rags, you know, he really hated Fallout 4. And I mostly agree with a lot of his criticism. Hyperbolic jackass with a lot of stupid tricks like that. Yeah, but that is YouTube for you. And that's also this guy with some of his sort of backhanded insults.
And yet, apparently, neither of these people are It's a Gundam. But then I guess It's a Gundam adds himself into the edit as well to back up his friend in his friend's internet drama fight thing. I don't know who any of these people are. Bethesda games and their consequences have been a disaster for the human race. And you know what? At this point, I'm too far down one rabbit hole to be interested in any others. So I'm just going to admit, I don't know what this drama is. And I think it probably doesn't matter. So let's.
Yeah, I agree. For the retrospect, it's just good to highlight it, maybe. I don't even think you need to bring this. Could have shorted this. Like there was some stupid drama I didn't understand. Moving on.
Or Bethesda, I should say, in general. I shall now do my best to represent this post in a
Yeah,
manner
he was
worthy
just
of such work.
It's a Gundam was just reading the freaking Reddit post. It's a Gundam. He's at least gotten better and worse in other ways, but you know, hit or miss with It's a
for
Gundam.
you in many ways. The first problem,
From here, It's
Lame,
Gundam
lame.
simply reads out the entire
Yeah,
Chewie
who
left the
cares? Who
station.
cares?
This problem is that lazy scumbag Emil. They would be much better without him. Seriously, he is not passionate in writing the stories.
I mean, I have some issues. It definitely highlights a sort of resurgence into this sort of thing because of the hate wagon towards Fallout 4, which was actually more balanced. Fallout 76 is where the real shit show began. Fallout 4 had waves, had its qualities, but I'm mostly with the people who are like, there was a lot of stupid design decisions. It was a step up, but a lot of stupid design decisions in that game that I didn't agree
So
with.
it's basically, it's a video game. Who cares? Not a great attitude to have leading your team. This goes on and on and on. It is but a small taste of an endless feast of bullshit. Compare search results of Emil's name before the Reddit post in February
Yep, people keep backing up, keep using this one video to sort of harp on Emil. Seems a little bit odd. The silver bullet against this werewolf, Emil.
until Bethesda fires Emil Pagliarulo. Do not expect quality storylines ever again. And it's not a surprise that this is what they found, because this would have been the top result on Google after Wikipedia and Twitter.
Snowball effect over practically a decade.
Years and years, this one Reddit post was the place where every single person ended up when they heard Emil Pagliarulo and just wanted to know more out of curiosity, or just wanted to do their research to have an informed opinion. And the more Emil's name was invoked, the more
And this guy did research, or maybe thought it wouldn't be as relevant to this, because it really isn't. I would just bring up Seamus Young, who from the very beginning had criticisms of Fallout, Bethesda Fallout series in general. But it's a lot of his criticisms. Seamus Young, witty guy, worked for the Escapists. May that site rest since Yahtzee took everyone away from it. Funny story there, but maybe I'll go over it another time to see how that channel's doing in the future. Still, the main point sort of still comes along that is the ball rolling. Seamus Young, what sort of stupid? I think it was BioShock. He had this really cheeky post where he had someone who understood you to Ayn Rand crap talk about it. It was really weird. Some of his criticism was off the wall. Maybe he was trying to be comical, but his the blistering stupidity, just so over the top. It's hard to take him as a critic very seriously. Entertaining in a lot of ways and a certain charm.
more people ended up back here to learn who he was from a Flying Nuns Reddit post. And so, the more this post's ideas spread. But it's not only this Reddit post that was to blame, because as anyone who knows much about Bethesda games on the internet knows, wherever anti-Bethesda sentiment grows, YouTubers will always follow.
Mr. Caption and Seamus Young jump in the lead, okay? Not doing his research on Creetosis. Not that I can... Well, we'll get
The
it.
Flying Nuns Reddit post was hugely influential and entirely inaccurate. Luckily, however, the source material was still out there, so it should have only been a matter of time until someone came along and provided a better interpretation, or at least addressed some of the most common mistakes.
Yeah.
And someone did come along, a self-styled
Guess
Bethesda
I will
expert
slow this
whose most
down
popular
for
videos
this,
focus on
even if
explaining
I
why
shouldn't.
other YouTubers are wrong about their opinion on Fallout, and on Emil Pagliarulo himself.
Yep. Beautiful stuff. Someone actually critically going after Creetosis. This is going to get a good stagging probably. Or maybe a video. As I put a comment on this video, and the Patrice TV people are sort of stalking me. Little creepy. Let me not get into that. They might be watching this secretly, or will watch in the future.
Well, great. Maybe an expert is just what this situation calls for. Creetosis has a long-running stream/podcast where he focuses on criticizing other people's YouTube videos.
Autistic as all hell, and generally I think it's devoid of actual analytical criticism. It's just a shit fest of a couple of losers who occasionally get a guest on who occasionally know what they're talking about. Very rarely. I haven't seen it, but you know, it's a numbers game. I'm sure someone they had on as a guest might have had a little bit more brain power in the particular areas that they're going into, but can't be sure of that.
Which is great, because that surely means he won't have any problem with me doing the same to one of his
Again.
videos. I mean, this isn't
Sorry, I had to stop just to laugh at that. He fucking had a field day, a fit when I did my video on him. I'm really hoping he doesn't make the same mistake and try to do a really fucked up little video on this guy, because I don't think it's going to turn out the same way as it did with me. Okay, I just don't. If you're watching this Creetosis or Creetosis fan, I wouldn't do it. I think Patrice is going to, who knows if Patrice is? We'll see. We'll see who wants to get into this and start some drama with this, because there are good reasons to do it. But are they good reasons, or stupid not getting the humor that is trying to come across with this?
personal. I'm just on a quest for truth, and I could do with some expert opinion to help. Creetosis has produced 9 hours of
Like, look at the use of irony. He has this expert witness Creetosis, which is clearly heavily dripping with irony.
YouTube content about Emil Pagliarulo, 8 hours of which are focused on this one 40-minute speech, which he talks about on stream with his friends, in his Fallout 4 analysis for 1 hour, and now in a standalone video. Now, 8 hours sounds like a lot, so let's just focus on the standalone video, titled
Yeah. And when I put a comment, someone's like, get off your cape boner for Creetosis. Hell, maybe it's here. Let's just stop this. Okay. Yeah, I think mostly all my comments. Can you see? Who the hell knows? Okay, yeah, here's the beautiful one. Ghost. Oh, whatever the fuck this retarded name is. You need to stop with your hate boner for ketosis. You can't spell it right. Imagine an owl avatar on the internet making you so angry to sit down and make multiple videos on him. Yeah, I think he's definitely more obsessed. And he keeps on harping on that. The irony of that comment is funny. I just like to laugh at Creetosis because I think he's an autistic fool, okay, who has no analytical or expertise at all. And it's sort of funny. I had a sort of thought that, let me not even get into.
breaking down Emil Pagliarulo's writing speech. So, what did Creetosis think of the speech?
Emil Pagliarulo, the lead writer for Bethesda and has been since Fallout 3, coincidentally around the time where their writing started taking a nosedive, a professional writer cannot even manage to keep himself on track in a speech he himself wrote and presented. His entire presentation is a meandering, rambling, disjointed mess, not so different from the stories he writes. He doesn't say anything of value for anyone interested in writing, and he never
Womp, 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 womp. This is like the adults from the Peanuts. He's saying so much with so very little. Yeah, break down the speech.
never seems to make it around to any kind of point he's trying to make.
Well, that sounds like an incredibly uncharitable take that rather sounds like it was influenced by a certain Reddit post, but I guess he's welcome.
See, this is where he's wrong. He's influenced by all the haters of Bethesda, not just the Reddit posts. Sorry, man. His hate knows no bounds. Mr. Caption probably played an influence on this also. Also, a lot of other stuff, but you know what? Fair enough. Keep it tight, not go into all the influences. Maybe definitely can make a clear-cut connection with this.
Come to his opinion. Let's see what specific parts of the speech Creetosis had a problem with.
He also wastes some time rambling about how his parents came to the city he's doing the speech in on a vacation, and how this country he's visiting is a place where games are made. I suppose he's trying to endear himself to the audience, but it's just not necessary.
This is the very first piece of real criticism Creetosis presents.
Yep, absolutely. At least he acknowledged that there is an audience there and he's trying to endear himself better than some of his criticism that I've seen.
And I would like you to pay attention to how it's framed. Emil does praise the city where the conference is, Copenhagen, and says that he's always wanted to come here because his parents once went there on holiday, and when they returned, it was the happiest he ever saw them. He then talks about and praises some of the games made in Denmark, which might be because this is a Danish games conference primarily focused on Danish video games. Now, I would describe this as just, being nice and saying hello to the audience. Yet Creetosis describes this as
He also wastes some time rambling about how his parents came to the city he's doing the speech in on a vacation, and how this country he's visiting is a place where games are made. I suppose he's trying to endear himself to the audience, but it's just not necessary.
So, according to Creetosis, Emil is wasting time rambling, trying to endear himself to the audience as if being nice is something bad and manipulative, and all of this is just not necessary. Well, thank God we have resident Emil expert Creetosis here to decode what Emil really means and to decide what is and isn't necessary to talk about at a Danish games conference.
Yeah, definitely very cheeky. I agree completely. I don't know why he thinks he has the expertise to say what Emil should talk to with the audience that he's with, which is a storytelling conference when I looked into. Wasn't even particularly about video games, although that particular one was focused on video games. The story sort of conference is, looking into it, it's some sort of super elitist sort of crap out there, you know, influential, criticize it for the sort of elitist sort of attitude, but that's what it is, and that's the audience he was talking to. High rollers, baby.
I mean, taking 30 seconds to acknowledge the contributions of Danish game developers, unnecessary. Keep it on topic, i.e. Bethesda. And if any Danish game developer has a problem with that, tough. Get your own games conference. I mean, get another games conference. This one isn't about you. Oh, you think just because you make award-winning games like Inside and Hitman, that's enough for someone to acknowledge that you exist? No, absolutely not. The purpose of your entire country is to talk about Bethesda, and don't you guys ever forget that.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Entitled gamers, baby.
Sorry, I think I got a bit...
That joke of mine didn't land. Entitled gamers, baby. I think researching this with this video and other stuff is just rubbing the cringe off on me.
Carried away there again. Anyway, Creetosis' video is too long for me to show all of it, although feel free to watch it for yourself. It does do quite a good job at speaking for itself.
Long man bad. That's what they're going to say on the stag. Calling it now.
Still, the important point I want to make clear to people is how Creetosis frames what Emil says as negatively as possible throughout the entire video and in every point Creetosis makes. For example, instead of saying things like Emil says, Creetosis will say Emil rambles to make the very act of speaking in a speech somehow seem like a sin. Here are some examples.
Rambling about how his parents, this is more of a rambling mess. He rambles a bit. He rambles more about the creation of Fallout 4, and it takes a lot of inane rambling to get to this point. There's more rambling, he pauses a lot, and there's also a lot of rambling and repetition here that I'm cutting out. And rambles about how every game developer rambles again. There's yet more rambling from Emil. He rambles about then he rambles about Skyrim's intro. He fucking rambles a lot. He rambles about how much of this yet even more rambling, the meandering, rambling, disjointed mess.
I would like to point out that
I would like to point out rambling about rambling. That is a beautiful cut together. I'm sure they're going to be misrepresentation. I would say Creetosis just needs a fucking thesaurus and maybe he's a sort of vocabulary if he kept using rambling so much.
Creetosis' summary of Emil's speech is longer than Emil's speech, and if your summary is longer than the original, I don't think you can really criticize others for rambling. Still, a lot of...
I 100% agree. He didn't even go with the rambling about rambling thing I would have had it. Why, he's a big YouTuber with a posh British dry wit, and I don't even have 1K. Tears? No, not really. I can do whatever I want.
This video is about Creetosis' opinions on the Elder
Like
Scrolls
random
and
midnight
Fallout.
rings.
And those parts are fine. They are just his opinion on those games, and that is something he is perfectly entitled to.
Yeah, it's just his opinion, man, bro. Even when he's misrepresenting people, like, oh, this guy does not want to get into some of the other stuff of Creetosis where he's absolutely correct with the sort of negative framing. I brought that up myself. Some serious sort of nagging. I called it a sort of tone, a negative framing throughout drip feed. I've been using this term too much, but people going way too overboard on smaller videos is sort of a symptom, I think, of critical theory sort of exhaling into the culture, just sort of absorbing into our culture. You think the more deeply you analyze this stuff, the more insight you get. But I find the It's almost the opposite. You go so far into the detail, you lose the main plot, like pretty much the audience, which really should be a much better consideration if you want to have some serious critique. Like maybe Emil was trying to do this with this, but he's explaining this technique wrong or blah, blah, blah. Let me not go on too long. This is going to be a long one.
The other parts can be broadly categorized into 3 groups. The first is petty personal attacks against Emil.
Anyways, back to the stupid speech. You'll notice when watching this that he didn't actually say anything of substance. He shows one of the most recognizable faces of anime and says people might not recognize him. I don't even need to comment on how fucking retreaded this is.
I'm sorry, it's difficult for me to play my own stuff.
What a coincidence. I find it difficult to play your stuff too. Christ, you are
Yeah, well, nitpicky with little jabs here and there. You don't like his joke? Be like, cringe joke, dude.
fucking insufferable.
Then there are parts where he either inadequately summarizes Emil or takes things he said.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely going to call it now. They're going to call this whole video disingenuous and taken out of context. Okay? Don't give a fuck about that. Did that. I think he does that with everyone. Fucking hell. I would like to see him not do it with someone, especially someone criticizing him. But we'll see. I'm definitely going to have to see if these predictions come true whenever he does whatever response, because I don't think his fans are going to let him get away without responding to this a direct thing. If someone like me do a video on you and you have to make a big deal about it, I don't see how he could resist responding to this in some form or fashion. If he does, awesome. Great self-control for once, Cree.
Says out of context to try to make Emil sound stupid or to just make the speech sound nonsensical.
He rambles more about the creation of Fallout 4 in Boston, lists some places he knew, and even says he put his bedroom from when he was a kid into the game. Not sure what this has to do with story writing, but okay.
This, by the way, relates to story writing because he's talking about drawing from personal experience in his writing, this time with growing up in Boston, and the part about his bedroom is just a light-hearted joke. Creetosis, if you're ever unsure how to identify jokes...
Oh, this is beautiful here. I made this joke myself. He does it much better. I must commend him for his excellent sort of timing and word placement. But oh, they're gonna use this. It's gonna be funny to see. It's gonna be a beautiful thing to watch.
A good way is to just listen.
Unless they surprise me for once, all these people. Don't disappoint me, guys. I mean, I want you to be mature and deal with this fairly with good faith criticism. I don't think it's gonna happen.
To whether the audience laughs. Here's context.
And that is where I grew up. Humble place. That's the street I grew up. And of course, I had to put my bedroom in the game. Right?
There are more examples like this.
He has said great games are played, not made like a dozen times in this section, some of which are in sentences that trail off and don't get completed as his
Actually, Emil says it 4 times in the entire video.
mind moves on to something else.
Making sure we remember that you are truly interacting with them. Okay?
And that's also Bethesda's motto. So I think it's just a personal feeling, personal reading, given how he sort of went over that. Kiss, he explained that rather simply. Write what you know. He had a good explanation for that when he did the great games are played, not made. He had this little weird sort of thing that made me feel that Todd just sort of forced that onto him somewhere, and he wasn't quite on board. He understands the general concept, but that's besides the point.
This is the experience. The player has a controller in their hand, and they can alter the narrative whenever they want.
No, they can't. They literally cannot alter the narrative anytime they want. What the actual fuck are you talking about, you clown?
Oh, I wasn't going to include Creetosis in my script just because of how much I shot at him, but damn, man. Yeah, he's going to cover this, but he explains it beautifully, simply.
The context for this is Emil talking about the interactive nature of games as a medium.
Yep.
Hence, make sure to remember players can always alter the narrative whenever they want. Creetosis instead presents this as if...
Yeah, but to be fair to Creetosis, he has this concept of the linear plot. In Fallout 4, you have a little bit more choices at a certain point. It's not enough for him. You know, you have the Brotherhood of Steel path, you have the Underground path, you have the Institute path, and the Minutemen path, where you're pretty much on your own. The whole meme thing there. But I think trying to good faith Creetosis interpretation, that's how he sees it. When I think both Emil and I need to come up with a freaking little shorter name for this guy. NKB. Let's go with NKB. Okay. NKB is interpreting that you can get off the main story, do whatever sort of side quest. There's going to be some options, not enough for the anti-Bethesda people, but that's besides the point.
Emil is making an absolute claim. These kinds of examples are tiresome and dishonest, but it can be hard to identify if these result from a failure of Creetosis' reading comprehension, leading to him genuinely misunderstanding, or if this is instead a deliberate attempt to purposefully misrepresent Emil to make him look as bad as possible.
See, this goes along with my own sort of philosophy that I've sort of developed, strangely enough, after the Creetosis arc. Probably an argument with him. My 4 Ds. A, dumb. B, dishonest. C, delusional. Or D, all of above, because it doesn't have to be just a singular thing. It doesn't even necessarily have to be all above. You can be dumb and delusional. You can be dishonest and dumb. But you get the general point. Quick way, 4 Ds. Remember it, use it. It's great.
Regardless, the final type of example is similar, except it involves misrepresenting Emil's key points or writing rules so that Creetosis can make an argument against them to discredit them. Here is Creetosis on Keep It.
Changing Emil's meaning. What could that be called? I think some people could actually call it straw manning Emil's arguments. He wouldn't probably call it arguments. He would probably call it part of his lecture. But if someone was making an argument, if you change the meaning of that argument, straw manning much? Got me in hot water. Don't care. This sort of supports that idea of that. Not that it's 1-to-1. Wonder what I'm even forgetting the initials because it's late. NKB would think about that particular thing. If you would agree with that or not. It probably depends on the circumstances. This isn't straw manning, but apply to arguments, blah, blah, blah.
Simple, stupid.
This is a pretty good phrase. I like it, as it applies to, well, just about everything. Except fucking story writing. As far as this phrase goes, it absolutely does not apply to story writing. In the creation of fiction, the more complex and detailed the world, events, and characters are.
Oh, sorry. I hear Creetosis spout out his shit. I always feel like responding because it's just so goddamn dumb and bad faith. And generally, what does he know about story writing? Does he have any expertise on that? Has he written anything, taken any lessons? Or he's just been appointed this expertise of story writing by some divine god of some sort of hellish variety? I don't know. His sort of, I haven't made fun of his sort of new VTuber avatar yet. And I won't now, because that's just mean. Attack the ideas, not the person or their cringy ass VTuber avatar. But to be fair, even his audience made fun of that. So maybe he won't take it too harshly.
The better.
Remember, Emil said he uses this rule in relation to themes and that he thinks having a single strong central theme is good. Creetosis, on the other hand,
believe it or not, Andrew, you might like this video. And if you want to stay around before you go to sleep, it's definitely a deconstruction of bad faith criticism, in my opinion, done in a rather cheeky manner. He super chatted a EFAP once. I was surprised to hear that name. What? This guy or Creetosis? NeverKnowsBest or Creetosis, Andrew? But yeah, let me know. I am curious who it was who super chatted. But yeah, this is definitely a breakdown of the dishonest framing of YouTubers, how they proceed. Creetosis is an interesting case, but he spends a lot more on Pat. And I know Pat's Discord is mobilizing because I'm part of it. And they don't think I'm going to have any criticisms for Pat or agree with him on that. Interesting.
Is claiming that Emil applies this rule
Okay.
to all writing
Should have
and
figured.
all aspects of storytelling, and Emil claims all parts
Definitely
of stories
very
to be as simple as
EFAP
possible,
inspired.
which is something that Emil has never said, and yet frequently appears in Reddit posts and YouTube comments. Creetosis then goes on to prove why this fake rule is bad. Good job, Creetosis.
But the point I'm making is that not every story should be something simple, especially when you're dealing with a large open-world RPG with plenty of factions and decades of lore behind it.
He does the same thing with the second rule, write what you know.
He concludes that write what you know simply means draw from your personal experience, and it takes a lot of inane rambling to get to this point. This is also a point I very much disagree with. You can write good stories without direct first-hand knowledge or personal experience. You can be inspired by someone else's experience they are told to you, or that you hear of to write great things.
So Creetosis claims Emil's rule is only write about things you have first-hand experience with, and yet in reality, all Emil said was draw from your own experiences. He did not say they have to be first-hand, and in fact, the example he immediately gives is writing the Dark Brotherhood, an assassin's guild. And as far as I'm aware, Emil Pagliarulo does not have any real-life experience of being in an assassin's guild.
But he did make a joke that everyone makes fun of about stabbing people in the face. But yeah, my own impression of Creetosis is he sort of psychoanalyze everything and extract some sort of weird meaning that makes me think he's rather delusional or maybe dishonest or just really stupid and tries to use a lot of stupid logic to sort of come to his conclusion. Of course, it could be all above. Who knows? Don't like to be bad faith and assume such things.
The final example is from the paper plane section that we heard earlier, which is probably the second most widely misinterpreted part of the original speech after.
Not much. Just add into this mess here. This video lies hate in the story of Emil. I always have trouble with his last name because I'm impressed someone's actually criticizing Creetosis at a bigger level, and I respect it. He also goes on to Pat, which I actually think is a better case. I wanted to add to it because I was working on a script of a similar nature, but I doubt I would have had anywhat of an impact.
The kiss. Here's Creetosis' response.
This honestly just makes him look like a complete dickhead here, and this just comes across as an excuse for being lazy and writing a shit story. I have so many problems with this mentality. Just because someone is
Yeah, I have so many problems with your mentality. As I said, it's just a reflex. I hear him talk and I just feel like being an ass bag.
going to spend 200 hours building shacks doesn't mean they're never going to see the story, as evidenced by all the people who did see the fucking story. I like building shit in games.
Yes, that's not what he was saying. He was talking about from the perspective of the developers, how demoralized and how it could be to think that people would do all the mini side quest that they have, but just being accepting of that. And some people are going to skip the dialogue. He goes into that also. But you know what? Good faith. Not in his wheelhouse when you have an agenda. Why? Fanboy, or as he's going to bring up later, something that I don't want to make an accusation of.
That have that feature. I also want to enjoy a good story in Fallout 4, and got nothing. This is essentially saying that because side content exists that may distract players, they're going to shit all over your story, which is monumentally fucking stupid.
So what Emil actually says is that when writing a story for a game, make sure to remember that players won't always do what you want them to as they play their own way. And yet Creetosis presents this as if Emil is saying, don't bother writing a story at all, or don't try when writing a story because players might not care about it, which Emil quite clearly neither says nor implies.
This comes across as someone with no
All I can do is do a Dave Rubin. I agree. Okay. I don't know what sort of cope he would have.
understanding of how people play games is just completely out of touch with gaming. Maybe there will be some people who never touch the story, but to write it off as no one ever seeing your great American novel because they'll rip the pages out, make paper airplanes, and build shacks seems like the peak of ignorance.
Peak of ignorance indeed. There are also a lot more personal attacks.
No, it does not fucking sound great. Klingon promotion in the Brotherhood would be absolutely fucking nonsense. What are you talking about, you absolute fucking clown person?
Yeah, okay. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, you can't just call it nonsense. You have to explain why it would be nonsense. You're long owl bad, okay? You can go into the details, but just calling things, labeling something and moving on is not the way to present it. You can say insults, you can say whatever you want about people, but if you don't follow up with a legitimate point, it sort of falls flat to anyone who's paying attention. The insult's great for YouTube and getting the crowd who's already inspired by it up in a sort of, yeah, you go girl sort of mentality, but intellectually, argumentative wise, doesn't really do much. And as Andrew Clark said, it's optically good, but is it intellectually honest? I don't think so. But I'm not saying Creetosis being dishonest here. Again, 4 Ds: dumb, dishonest, delusional, or D, all of above.
Well, no fucking shit, Sherlock. He then makes some nonsensical comparisons between games and movies. Killing this dumb bitch in Skyrim is not the Red Wedding. This is actually the perfect representation of how simplistic his understanding of everything is. This really speaks to his level of maturity.
Ah yes, Emil is the one coming across as immature here, unlike the completely mature and not at all unhinged Creetosis. And talking of unhinged...
Totally unhinged, not deranged at all, or delusional. Completely not.
I do think that's how Creetosis sounds at times.
I assure you, the level of frustration I'm experiencing right now is immense.
At one point, there even seems to be a call to action.
The future of Fallout is fucking doomed if it remains in this man's control.
Which does feel a little bit concerning, given just how openly Creetosis seems to hate Emil. And this is just one of several videos Creetosis has made about him. I'm not going to go over the others in the same detail, but I think it does need to be pointed out that this isn't a one-off. So here are a few representative clips from Creetosis' latest video, titled Bethesda's Emil Pagliarulo is an incompetent writer. Let's check it out.
Today I'm here to talk about a different problem, and that's the writing style of Emil Pagliarulo. Emil is a fantastic example of someone who has promoted far...
At least he's sounding competent here. Let's see how it goes off the rails, people.
...far beyond his skill or talent, as he's a hack writer, incapable of dealing with even the most basic and simple of plot lines.
There he starts going off.
This man can't write for shit, and should not be in charge of writing jokes on bubblegum rappers. Emil Pagliarulo is absolutely an incompetent writer, and he should not be leading these projects. Even worse, this comes across entirely as though it's nothing more than a job to him, especially with Starfield. Rather than having any kind of passion or enthusiasm for the craft, I get the impression that he just does this because it's what he's paid to do. People who are passionate about their work...
I get the impression, people who are passionate. Expert with Creetosis, indeed. Very cheeky title.
Even if they're bad at it, don't turn in slop this fucking shallow and empty. We'll do better with ML gone. If a chef burns every meal he makes, he should be fired. If a surgeon loses every patient he has, he should be fired.
This is a video about a man accused of crimes.
I was just trying to pause it. I wanted to make the sort of a Mahler comparison with the food, the chef thing. The chef thing, it really strikes me. I get a big vibe of Mahler mixed with Rags. Okay. He has some of the sort of arguments that really seem Mahler inspired with some of the insult sort of styling of Rags. Hence my parody video I did on him.
Writer, and he should not be leading these projects. Even worse, this comes across entirely as though it's nothing more than a job to him, especially with Starfield. Rather than having any kind of passion or enthusiasm for the craft, I get the impression that he just does this because it's what he's paid to do. People who are passionate about their work...
Yeah. Good point. Good point. How's it shallow or empty? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. You don't just say that out-of-pocket thing without explaining how it is. At least that's my personal interpretation of that. Okay? Pale imitation of a hybrid between Rags and Mahler, and my personal opinion. Maybe he doesn't even realize he does it. There's also other influences in there. But I think it's a fair assessment.
Even if they're bad at it, don't turn in slop this fucking shallow and empty. We'll do better with ML gone. If a chef burns every meal he makes, he should be fired. If a surgeon loses every patient he has, he should be fired. If every story a writer makes is dog shit, they should be fired.
I do wonder, what about YouTubers who make low-quality videos that are full of misrepresentations, contradictions, and outright hate? What should happen to them?
Oh, this is going to piss off Creetosis. Maybe won't be able to watch it. Hate. I mean, I think he goes a little bit too far into the sort of You know, the camp with the harassment, he says, hard to prove. The hate could just be a style and something for the audience. So this guy here might not be given the most good faith interpretation. Maybe Creetosis would say this is what his audience wants to see. Trust me, my criticism molar taught me a lot, especially when you listen to the audience. People want to see that shit. Creetosis is giving it to them. Is he giving them solid analysis? I don't think so, but that's my personal opinion on that.
They should be fired.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. YouTubers are often allowed to say whatever they want, and usually they get away with it. This second video is arguably worse than the previous one, but it focuses more on events we haven't got to yet. Still, this second video is likely Creetosis' most successful video of all time, receiving over 240k views in just 2 weeks, meaning a lot of people have tuned in to listen to his expert analysis on the mind and writing of Emil Pagliarulo.
Oh,
This
so
also means
cheeky.
Creetosis is
Yeah,
making decent money off of Emil's name.
I am
Thank
very
you for
slow
watching.
with
If you like
my.
this video, please subscribe.
Yeah, to be honest,
Okay. I'm just very slow in my response. I've sunk, God, too many hours in Starfield. I need to go back for my review, but probably at least 500 hours. I would say in that. Haven't checked my record. I've been playing on Game Pass, so yeah, I'm one of those people. But yes,
I wasn't a fan. Now, I'm mostly
I will have a review of it at some point in the future, but I tend to be slow. Like when I was going to do my remake in Fallout 3, it took me like over a year to actually do it after the Creetosis saga. I like to go through the actual critics and sort of sort out what criticism I agree with and what I disagree with before I actually go with my final review. That is my process, and slow and steady wins the race. I don't try to defend it. I try to take that criticism account and see what I think of it.
focusing on 3 different Emil critics, and we've now covered 2 of them. Of the 3, Creetosis is the worst. The final critic seems to have none of Creetosis' genuine hatred for
Yeah,
Emil.
Sacred. I
Meanwhile,
saw him
the Flying
streaming
Nun
earlier.
shouldn't even be considered in the same category as.
Yeah, I thought about chiming in, but I didn't want to jump on his clout. I try to get him here because he'll probably get to this eventually. He should find this video fun, given his experience. But yeah, I can't say I exactly like it. There's some criticism I have for it. I think there's a lot of interesting choices in it that I can understand the criticism coming from, especially from my one friend, Pressed Hydra. He had one of the best things that I agreed with, that he went into one of these randomly generated things and everything was placed the same exact way in the same base. I agree. I only happened to me like twice. So no matter what you experience in the game, how it'll affect you, I'll have all that out later.
These other 2. They were just a disappointed fan who let their passion get the better of them a little bit when writing a Reddit post that unexpectedly blew up. I'm sure there was no real malicious intent behind it, which is not the case with Creetosis. One thing I
See, I don't even know if I can agree with it entirely. As much as I'd like to criticize Creetosis, this could come from a genuine place of sort of what is it called? It's the opposite of nostalgia goggles. I think it's called declinism. When I looked into it, I think it's more of a case of declinism. He liked it, a lot of Bethesda games and before, but when it started to get not match his taste to a more general consumer thing, he started getting more and more bitter. So he kept looking for more and more criticism, and he just got embroiled in this negative feedback circle that maybe he believes all this stuff he puts out and that really affects his reviews. But maybe he is being dishonest because he does definitely seem like he's trying to make money. And like when his one video got demonetized, he got really mad about that and complained in his community post, and then did another video and is probably a lot more careful about the language he uses so not to get demonetized nowadays. So yeah, it's sort of hard to, I don't like placing that sort of money incentive so easily on people, but it is a possibility. Patreon.
particularly dislike about these videos is that Creetosis paints himself as the victim of the situation.
And
Yeah.
for years, if you had the audacity to say anything bad about these games, the amount of pushback and vitriol you got was insane. Yes, it's the internet and people will be shitheads about
Okay, I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
go back.
to be honest, I wasn't a fan. Now, I'm mostly focusing on 3 different Emil critics, and we've now covered 2 of them. Of the 3, Creetosis is the worst. The final critic seems to have none of Creetosis' genuine hatred for Emil. Meanwhile, a flying nun shouldn't even be considered in the same category as these other 2.
Yeah, I agree. Well, mostly. We'll see.
They were just a disappointed fan who let their passion get the
Okay.
better of them a little bit when writing a Reddit post that unexpectedly blew up. I'm sure there was no real malicious intent behind it, which is not the case with Creetosis. One thing I particularly dislike about these videos is that Creetosis paints himself as the victim of the situation.
And for years,
Yep. Definitely annoying. Definitely something that annoying. Make the interplay, the old school players seem like victims, and anything that the new players have to say about them. I really hate this sort of back and forth between the two. I can see the perspective of both sides. I tend to like to give Bethesda a little bit more good faith, probably a little bit more good faith than I should, admittedly so, but I'd rather err on the side of giving good faith and being betrayed than being uncharitable to a place. Because when you're being good faith and you still have criticisms of something, it makes I personally believe it makes the impact of those criticisms more significant and more receptive to the audience. Not that I always do it. Sometimes a little bit of a cheeky sort of comments have its place too, but diversity of tactics, depending on the circumstances.
if you had the audacity to say anything bad about these games, the amount of pushback and vitriol you got was insane. Yes, it's the internet and people will be shitheads about anything and everything, but many Bethesda fans go fucking rabid when you criticize their game.
And he'll bring up Emil's sort of response to these negativity later, okay? And that actually seems a lot more healthy, a lot more normal. But it's the internet. You're a YouTuber. We're encased in this weird sort of timey-wimey old Doctor Who reference, had to throw it in, of sort of the discourse around. And it's going to affect someone who's more online, from terminal to just the occasional browser. It will vary. YouTubers are probably most exposed to the atmosphere and sort of how that influences their opinions or commentary.
Games.
Well, I'm sure that must have been very hard for you to deal with. But you do say on multiple occasions.
I think Bethesda writers are rather solid, maybe a little bit boring at times. Okay. Generally, their writing seems rather solid, but safe, in my opinion. Sometimes it goes off into the wacky land, and sometimes it's a little bit more adventurous, but overall, I give them an average rating. Rather solid with hiccups both ways.
How much you believe in criticism and how important and valuable you think it is. You even say as much in this video when complaining about Emil's apparent inability to take criticism.
This kind of mentality is poison to creativity and self-improvement because it promotes the idea that criticism in and of itself is bad.
And so, in that case,
I have to inject here. I have to inject because Creetosis does not take criticism or even insults anyone well. Go to his comments. It is just funny to see who he'll react to. Generally, just insults. And my dealings with him, I have enough videos out there if you want to take a look at that. If you are bored enough or can deal with pure autism, yes, the videos I made. They're personally acceptable to me. That's why they're up. But I understand why no one wants to deal with this guy and his criticism. So I almost commend him. Although he's going to probably wall himself off to any of these guys throwing attacks at them. I say bring it. But you know what? I have more time, more investment into understanding these people. Even if I really don't think they're coming at it with any good intent or anything like that. They also can't have a little bit of a fun shit talk, gamer shit talk that is really missing out on this sort of what was the name of that book? Not Entitled, the Titled Gamers. I used that already. Coddling of the American Mind. Creetosis is actually Canadian, but much the same if you know about the interconnection of them. Just way too coddled. Everything's perceived as an attack, harassment. This is why I'm pushing back against this guy's sort of claims about harassment. He does make a decent argument for it. I just have a higher standard for what I consider harassment and legitimate hate. Say Creetosis definitely pushes the line on that, and I can't blame him for any of his interpretations, but I don't necessarily agree.
Guess you should be open to criticism of yourself, which is what I will admit I am doing right now. So I'm sure you'll appreciate my input. But if you don't,
He won't,
if you are
but this
sitting
is
there
a
right
cheeky
now
video.
listening to this, thinking about how much you hate me and how unfair this is, and how could a bigger YouTuber do something so cruel as to try to hold you to account for the things you've openly said, well, consider this. Everything I've said has been based on the truth, and none of it has come from a place of hate. So,
I don't know about that, okay? I want to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. There's some things in here that seem rather spiteful. Are they done as calculated sort of moves to sort of, flip Uno on them? Give them a taste of their own medicine? Perhaps. I actually think that's more likely than the alternative that he's lying about this. I think he's just trying to play this little cheeky little game with these content creators. But what do I know? I don't know anything about this guy. Okay, who knows? There's some evidence that seems contradictory to some things, some weird sort of argumentation towards the end of this, but I'll get to it when I get to it.
think about how you're feeling right now and imagine what it would be like to be criticized like this, except based on lies, where it's always hateful.
I mean, I understand his passion for Emil here. This is sort of why I started my script. I'm like, this guy looking into his writing, I'm like, okay, the speech, yeah, not great, but they're like widely interpreted in weird fucking ways. And since communications is an interest of mine to sort of see the degradation of the sort of discourse around Bethesda in general with each and every one of their games, is an interesting case study to me to actually look into. I don't have any personal hate for any of these people. And I don't have such a wild sort of interpretations as this guy. I keep forgetting his name because it's weird. NeverKnowsBest. Never knows best. Okay. Just keep forgetting him. Is it the hour or just is such a weird name?
And you see it every day from thousands of people. And remember, according to you, Emil is the one who can't handle criticism. So I guess this is your chance to show him how much better you can handle it.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. I think he deals with the criticism online rather well. Okay. I mean, he's not perfect. Of course, he's going to have little moments where he's like, fuck these guys. Let me play something, general vague post, which we'll get into. But overall, it's just overhyped. But I think that's the nature of discourse, the social media machine, where ideas are transmitted so much. And he has a wild argument later on that I can't totally discount.
Somehow, I doubt this will be a turning point in your life where you develop genuine maturity, self-awareness, and empathy. But I hope it is.
Yeah, I hope it is also. And I want to have a good faith that Creetosis has learned since his dealings with me and other people. And he's moving on from this sort of petty shit. But I haven't checked on him. To be fair, he dealt with Acer Thorn. Anyone who knows about that knows how insane Acer Thorn is. So I've tried to lay off Creetosis to a certain extent. I still think he's warranted of criticism. The ethics of sort of criticizing. If he's willing to just stop criticizing others, I don't care how toxic he would be in his own corner towards games. But just a weird sort of ethical quandary that I have, because yeah, I do feel for the guy for his insane dealing with Acer Thorn and how that turned out. And maybe even still dealing with. Hate it when fucking idiots make other idiots look like less idiots and victims because they're even more idiots and crazier idiots. I'm not even sure Creetosis is crazy, but definitely comes off as unhinged and hateful in a lot of ways.
It's never too late to grow as a person. And YouTube is a weird place. Making videos is weird. You spend many hours working on these things. You desperately want to give your audience what they want and make them happy. And you can start to lose perspective. And so you might start to see things like whether a video game is good or bad.
Okay, I like this. This is rather harsh, a lot of digs, a lot of mean things said about Creetosis. Don't blame him for it. But coming back around with this is nice, okay?
As this life or death situation where anything you say is justified, but it's not. So I hope you can find perspective. This wasn't personal. Good luck with content creation.
Yeah, I like that sentiment. I agree. I don't want any hate or harassment sent to him. I might make jabs at him, but, you know, all part of the game, man. Shit. You throw him out, I throw him out. Boxing match.
Creetosis did not represent a monumental change in the nature of Emil Pagliarulo-based discussion in the same way that a Flying Nuns Reddit post did.
Snowball effect, okay. He's making his case for it. Okay, he had some impact.
In many ways, Creetosis was more of a symptom of Emil-based sentiment than a cause.
Maybe.
And I think it's only fair to point out that he was not the...
Yeah. He wouldn't have had an audience if no one felt the same way he did about... If there was no one out there who felt that way about Bethesda games, and eventually coming around to the sort of bandwagon of sort of singling out Emil in this sort of case here.
Only Emil criticizer of this era. In fact, in a recent video titled Failure of Emil Pagliarulo, Starfield and Bethesda, long-running Bethesda-focused YouTuber Zarek Zakaron can be seen boasting about how he was critical of Emil before it was cool.
And I'm kind of tired of bringing up Emil.
Yeah, I wasn't actually going to cover this guy in this. I mean, this guy brings him up. Never knows best. Horrible name, by the way, on multiple different levels. But yeah, I sort of agree with this general sentiment here. I wasn't going to cover him, but he's covering all the bases here. It's fair enough to bring this guy up. I have him in my playlist. I just wasn't going to bring him up.
Pagliarulo at this point, although that's the point of the video, so we're going to be talking about him later. I just know that the internet is now, for the first time as a collective, waking up to the fact that he is bad at his job. The internet's just waking up to this fact, but for me, it's old hat. It was until Emil himself went on camera for the story conference, and that talk was uploaded 7 years ago. I almost immediately clipped the section where he discussed KISS, Keep It Simple Stupid, and used as an Elgato Stream Deck button I could hit during live streams. Anytime the lackluster storytelling came up, I could just hit the button of Emil Pagliarulo revealing how much disdain he had for good storytelling in video games. My point here is that while most people are...
Yeah, again, seems like a really bad faith interpretation from that one video. Try to get blood from turnip, it seems like. It just seems like a reach to me, okay? You want to, it's post hoc rationalized. You see a decline, as I said. And that's probably where I would have actually gone with my sort of script eventually, hopefully, maybe. Who knows now, because it's going to have to be radically altered thanks to this. Thanks, NeverKnowBest. I don't know whether or not to thank you or not, but you definitely did do quite a few things I probably couldn't have done on my own. So good on that.
Just now, this year, processing Emil Pagliarulo bad. I did that 7 years ago. I'm over it.
Yes, we have now got to the point where there are Emil-hating hipsters who feel the need to let people know that they had the correct opinion before everyone else.
Base. That is funny. That's a good joke. Hipsters. Gotta love them.
For what it's worth, the impression I have of Zarek is generally quite positive. He is not someone who is just jumping on the Bethesda bad or Emil bad bandwagon for easy money. And I even think he has quite interesting and original observations about Bethesda's games.
That's why I was going to leave him out.
I would say that this video is a good example, despite how much I disagree with certain parts of it. That said, I do still think this video deserves to be mentioned. To me, one of the most telling things Zarek says is actually towards the end.
People want me to make a huge video hating on him and deconstructing the bad decisions he's made. But again, I've had 7 years to...
There's that word, deconstruction. I'm probably going to overplay my sort of calling everything a critical theory of a sorts, but I do have a theory that critical theories have seeped into the general zeitgeist almost by osmosis. You don't even need formal training. In fact, I think just being exposed to people like people with formal training in these sort of, it's not quite a critical theory. I forget the exact term. I went over it one time, post-structuralism or something like that. Just media analysis. One of the problems I had with it was a little bit too deconstructive, too concerned with just finding all the flaws and not considering the practical realities of practical criticism. It's like pointing out every little flaw that you can possibly hunt down, but not really addressing the practical realities of it. Media theory is fairly solid, I think, in it, but somewhat going a little bit too far.
The process that he's a bad writer.
So Zarek says,
Do we though? Do we though? On everything a critical theory, I'm guessing on that, or getting it seeped into our sort of osmosis. Sorry, I even get a feeling about that with EFAP to a certain extent. I really do. Just diving into it. I mean, there are ways to countermand it. And Andrew Clark, if you want someone who I think really does the deconstructive processes rather ethically sound and taken most consideration and looks for the truth of the situation instead of what he thinks the truth should be or his personal bias involved, that's the man for anyone watching this. Do we need expert hipsters? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It's a funny joke, at least. Okay. I've been called that before. Also a contrarian and a whole bunch of other things.
people want
Too
him
much
to
of
make
a
a huge
laundry
video
list.
hating on Emil, which I expect is true. And YouTubers do tend to have a good idea of what their audience want from them.
Yeah.
And yet it sounds a
audience.
bit like Zarek's heart isn't quite in it, which is interesting.
Yeah. Audience is important. Audience capture is a thing on YouTube to take in consideration, even outside the sort of media studies analysis. The speaker, you have the audience, and you have the sort of media is the message, whatever they project out. That's media studies. You consider those three things. There's a fourth category that I think sometimes can apply, but not worth going into here. The important things is the speaker, audience, and sort of how they convey the message.
Other parts of his video do warrant criticism, however.
And now there's a volume of unprecedented discontent being directed at Emil Pagliarulo.
Oh, great. So Zarek realizes things might have went a little bit too far. Right.
Which, considering he is the lead responsible for the game, is fair. Companies are not monoliths. Games are not created by faceless corporations. They have...
That seems sort of double speak. It's fair. Yes, it's fair to criticize him. I don't know. Sounds weird. Games aren't monoliths. Placing the blame of an entire game on a studio with hundreds of people doesn't seem to be fair, okay? Especially when you're sort of extracting blame out of very little evidence.
have actual human creators. And those companies then ask you to buy and even evangelize their products. Emil Pagliarulo is the
Evangelize. Okay, I take issue with that framing there. Evangelize. Yes, marketing, okay? You want to sell your game, you want to put it in the best light, okay? But calling it evangelize, I hate that fucking framing. I hate when anyone relates anything non-religious to something like that. Maybe it's a personal pet peeve of mine. Okay, maybe.
progenitor of Starfield. He is the one most responsible.
Fuck. Well, Zarek isn't the only one with that opinion right now. We'll get to that later. For now, though, we need to identify what it actually was that turned the Emil hate mainstream. You might think the answer...
I think he might be placing too much on this. I think he might be going overboard with this Patrice section, but doesn't necessarily mean I disagree with him. I don't like his methodology. I can respect in some ways that, dry British turning of a phrase.
the most infamous speech that had no impact at the time. Reasonable Reddit post that he calls completely ridiculous. Expert witness, which, yeah, definitely cheeky shit.
Would be the obvious one,
So,
which is the release of
anyone
Starfield.
watching this, design
But if you
Dr.
go and actually
Patrice
check,
TV.
you'll find out that it's not quite that simple, and that once more,
And I'm thinking, I don't even think Patrice TV probably was the progenitor of this idea. Maybe there's good evidence to say he's the one who popularized this sort of idea. But I'm probably giving this guy too much good faith, but I just like who he's going after, the Creetosis and some of that, and some of his humor. I get it. And a lot of people aren't. A lot of people are going to see this as bad faith and not little cheeky bitch shit. But there is some stuff I think.
the real catalyst seems to be a person.
It's fine, man.
So,
That's fine. Get some
who's ready
sleep if
for
you
Emil
can,
Critic
okay?
Number 3.
I do recommend watching the original video and not my autistic screeching
Starfield's
here.
reception
But
was rocky,
you can do both.
but
You
this
can do
was
one or
hardly
another.
Bethesda's first rodeo.
Up to anyone up
They
there.
have overcome fairly significant fan discontent with Fallout 4 and survived one of the most heavily criticized and controversial game launches in history with
Yeah, the slow declinism of the perception of Bethesda as a gaming studio. This was a significant road bump, and they deserved almost all of that criticism from what I saw. I'm not going to defend us. I might be a little bit nicer with Fallout 4 than some people because I don't think it was a complete clusterfuck. But this game, they really screwed the pooch. And there are explanations, like the theory about Redfall being such a mess made sense for Fallout 76. It was a corporate decision to sort of not care about this and just put out a product for the consumers. I can understand from a corporate angle, but it really was a blow to the consumers. And I was someone who was hesitant, but someone got it to me as a present, and I'm like, oh, I sort of regret that. I still have bad feelings, and still has plenty of. Let me not go too deep in that.
Fallout 76. But Starfield was their first new single-player game in a while, and fan expectations were high. Oh, and in case you still can't tell by this point,
And look at this brand new universe. People hate change. And yes, there is lots of criticism I will be having for Starfield. Not a place for it here. There's plenty of things you can, but I've seen some really outrageous criticism of Starfield that doesn't seem to be rooted in reality. And it's not just from this Patrice thing. I went over the whole anti-woke, and you have, I'll be reiterating this probably a couple of times, the sort of console wars, that sort of demographic, and freaking Bethesda deciding to get in sign with Microsoft definitely is going to be something that's going to shift at least what do they call them? The salt YouTubers, Sony ponies or Sony fanboys if they're being more charitable and nice about it. But yeah, that is going to shift that market against it and create a little bit more of a wave. I think there's a 3-prong factor here. And this is definitely one of the prongs of the trident of that it's making Starfield such a perfect target for criticism. Because there is a lot of interesting decisions and a lot of really stupid other things, but brand new universe. I keep seeing comparisons to all the Fallout games, and I just think that's an unfair comparison. The anti-Bethesda people go on about how Bethesda should have created their own IP, something new, but people don't like new things in reality. You lose a lot of people with new things, and yeah, that's about all I have to say on that. Could have spanned some more, but why bother?
Bethesda fans and the community that surrounds them are quite a passionate bunch.
Yeah.
Following Starfield's release, many fans were left disappointed.
That's not even true. They should have done more research. It was mixed in the very beginning. Maybe he's doing a turn of the phrase. Okay. And also the fact that these are Steam reviews and a lot of people played Starfield on Xbox. So I think people are hyping up this mostly negative a little bit too much. Probably even Bethesda saw this as a hit. What
which I'll be getting into, which he doesn't actually cover something that I would have.
But there was a man that disappointment could be directed towards, and it wasn't Emil Pagliarulo. No, Emil is not the best known.
Okay. How is it more generic sci-fi? Genuine question. I don't think it's generic sci-fi. Definitely some choice decisions. The engine definitely has some
most important-
issues that cause people to call their design to be outdated, which I can't disagree with. None of the flash of a lot of the newer games with the sort of sci-fi space powers. A lot of stories are rather lackluster main story quests. Some of them have more role-playing purposes, but I think it's some of the other stuff that actually really sets it apart. The ship builder can be really fun. I lost myself in trying to build my own ships way too much and trying to do quests. There's a lot of interesting side quests to really explore in that. Some random things here and there. It's really the sort of new game plus that I thought was a very interesting decision, which I watched enough of PatricianTV, because you jump from universe to universe instead of the game ending and you just do it. When the game ends, you start as one of these characters. I like the idea. I don't know if it's exactly great. Some of Patrice's sort of criticism might have a little bit of merit. Yeah, I kept trying to get it. I really wanted some cows. I kept trying to find a way to contact them or maybe get in line with them. It did disappoint me. I couldn't get into House Faroon. I believe that's how it's pronounced. See, I felt differently, but this really isn't here for this. There's a lot of content here and there. There's a lot of mixed things. But Patrice TV, what does he have to say? We'll see.
Developer at Bethesda Game Studios. That would be one Todd Howard, a man who needs no introduction. Unless you don't follow the game industry very closely, in which case Todd is the executive producer at Bethesda and was the director for the majority of their best-known games. He is also a man that features...
Yeah, I actually did like the Crimson Raid. Yeah, the Crimson Raiders storyline was one of the best. It had a weak start, how you were forced into it. Didn't like that. There's quite a few interested. Crimson Raiders was definitely a good storyline.
Is in many.
Also, there's another one. Oh shit, trying to remember it. Can't right
memes.
Now. Not important.
And there's even an argument that could be made that he is the single most recognizable game developer in history. I mean, for example, there are more indexed search results on Google for Todd Howard than there are for Hideo Kojima, Shigeru Miyamoto, John Carmack, and Gabe Newell combined. This is
definitely excellent a sort of a perception when you come from a media sort of standpoint here. This is very factual sort of points that he's pointing out here, and it's definitely going to have an effect. The bigger you are, the harder you fall, even if he is the most sort of talked about because of all the meme magic, which he's about to get into.
Is probably because of meme magic, but Todd has been around doing interviews and acting as the face of Bethesda for over 20 years.
And he's always oversold things. And I can understand it in some cases, like you have plans. It hasn't been like, what was that one game that it gets compared to? I'm starting to go deep on the memories. Everyone knows that thing where he overpromised to the extreme degree. I'll look it up.
This is the person it makes the most sense to blame for any disappointment over Starfield. And this is the person people did originally blame, quite a bit.
Correct.
And yet never with the same intense hatred that would soon be directed at Emil. So
maybe he's right.
Changed? Well, if we go to Emil's Twitter, we can look at the responses to his tweets and see that they all seem to be positive for months, until December the 9th, where Emil suddenly starts to receive a lot of criticism, eventually leading him to go on a mass blocking spree. And so we have a timeline. On December the 7th, everything still seemed fine. And yet 2 days later, Emil is suddenly under heavy attack. And from this point onwards, every single tweet Emil makes will be filled with negative responses, despite...
No Man's Sky. How the fuck did I forget about it? Okay, yeah. That was way more oversold than almost any game in history. Even even Todd Howard's pale in comparison. But he's making a fairly good point here that I agree with. It's going to have a negative perspective on this. You know, I never used to block people. I figured, hey, everyone's opinion is valid. We can't agree on everything. Still feel that way about intelligent, reasonable, respectful discourse. But now, if you want to be confrontational or flat out dickbag, later loser, okay? Maybe he got that impression from some people who there is probably a little bit of a friendly fire with this. People, he sort of misinterpret what they were doing in this sort of block mix. But from what I feel, I feel this is fairly justified. Block button happens for a reason.
The blocking, and many of which call for him to be fired. Now, there was another event on December the 13th.
Yeah, the whole firing thing would probably piss me off personally. And I can understand this, but we'll get into this. There's a better string of thing here.
Which we will get to. But we can clearly see that December the 13th wasn't the start.
Oh, God.
So something happened before then.
Massively overhyped. Massively a fuck up. Yeah, good night, Andrew. As I said, you don't have to watch the stream, but I would actually recommend watching this video and give me your thought. This original video, not my stream. I'm not going to be that. I think it definitely, especially this section, I would like to know your thoughts about this. Because I think he's being a little bit uncharitable, but if you have the time, I know you're a busy man dealing with busy things, but good night.
Like maybe an 8-hour-long YouTube video that has almost 1 million views in less than a month and talks about Emil Pagliarulo constantly. This is Starfield Analysis, a quick retrospective by PatricianTV.
Yeah, I'm going to have to actually go over this. I only went over the first section. As I said, I was in the sort of, I've gotten bogged down with the Mama Max stuff, and I sort of put this on the side. But it's definitely worth watching this video. Didn't want to get into the criticism until I formed some strong core thoughts about Starfield going in.
Now, you might think, 8 hours, that's a lot of content to go through. But don't worry, there's really only one single part of it which matters. You could even call it...
And this is going to be found uncharitable by the critics of that. You didn't watch the whole thing. How do you know? I actually agree with the sentiment. You can take an abstract and sort of, if you have enough stupid stuff in it, I can understand not wanting to watch the whole thing or not needing to analyze it. Might get worse. It might get better. I will go through this whole thing. 8 hours. I don't even know if I'll do it on stream or off. Probably a little bit of both. Depends on if I need to fill up one of my stream nights.
A magic phrase. But why don't we let Patrician speak for himself?
Diving into Starfield as a game requires 3 key words that are going to tie this entire analysis together. It's like a magic phrase that really explains everything wrong with this game. Know, design, document.
So, this entire 8-hour analysis is tied together through these 3 words. And according to Patrician...
And again, no one knows best or whatever his name is. Not a big fan, but he had at least that 1 12-hour video that I went through and very knowledgeable. It's fair enough that he's saying this, even though he's not literally saying this, and this guy literally does not know if he does it. So people are going to use that point against him. I don't know if it's correct personally. I guess I'll find out, and let's see how people react.
TV, these 3 words explain everything wrong with this game. Everything. Every single thing wrong with Starfield, according to PatricianTV, in his own words, is explained by this.
Yeah, he's being a little bit autistic here. I think it's for comical effect to sort of hold Patrician to his own standards. Definitely going to be seen as bad faith and asshole-ish, but fair or not? I don't know. In a quirky way, maybe. Another way, maybe not.
Now, this is a truly shocking revelation. The idea that any major game studio doesn't use any design documentation is almost unimaginable. They are such an integral part of game development, and the idea that a game the size of Starfield could even be made without any documentation is almost unbelievable. But surely PatricianTV wouldn't just make something like this up, right? I mean, that would be a pretty bold lie to make, particularly when he says this is a magic
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cheeky as all hell, but
phrase that ties the entire analysis together and explains everything wrong with this game. Magic indeed. But the thing about magic is that it isn't real. Although sleight of hand is. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But what is a design doc?
again, he does that way too much. I don't like it. I don't know if it's bad faith or whatnot, but it's definitely something built into the script. He does it too much, too constantly. This is very purposely designed of a video, in my opinion.
Document. I'm sure some people are probably wondering. Well, really, it's a general catch-all term for any kind of document used during development. However, in the past, it was common practice to have one large central document to keep track of all of the most important information, which was called a GDD, a game design document. One really famous example of this that you can still check out online.
See, he's going to go into some stuff that I was probably going to look into. I was in the rough phase section of my video. Very informative. I actually initially thought that this game design thing, this actually almost confirms my suspicion about this. But I didn't do the research. Now I don't because he did it for me. So we'll see how that goes.
Is the Doom Bible, the GDD from the 1993 game Doom. And so, using a single GDD was an industry standard in the 80s and 90s. PatricianTV, who based on what he says in this video, does not have any actual knowledge or understanding of game development, seems to believe using a single GDD is still standard practice. But it's not. For evidence.
Very important. Ignorant, going for it with very little evidence. Can he back it up? That PatricianTV doesn't even care about being honest in his videos. I think he makes a decent argument for it. I'm curious to see the response back from it, if there's one at all.
Evidence here is GameDeveloper.com's guide on how to write a game design document, which begins by saying, some clarification before diving in. Number 1, in bold, using a GDD is a thing of the past.
Also, maybe this is why he didn't feel like he needed to do too much research on these people and their content. Because it's clear, at least to me, that they didn't do enough good faith research into this or have the really enough knowledge to really make some of the arguments they do. I do agree with that sentiment. Definitely comes off as what he's going to lay out here.
Now, a more traditional GDD might still be used in pre-production as a sort of initial plan, but during development, most big studios will use some kind of wiki system instead, like Confluence. The most common term for these wikis is usually game developer wikis, but they're sometimes referred to as game studio wikis, internal wikis, dev wikis, or just the name of the actual software. The advantages of a wiki should be pretty obvious.
Yeah, I was figuring that this would have been sorted with some sort of software program, sort of like how I took a class in college about project management. There's plenty of project management programs to sort of coordinate between the different teammates to actually keep on point and a decent reference database, so you could ideally look up whatever you wanted to and sort of go with that. So it's good to know this knowledge, and if I did this, probably would have checked on it. And I still probably will have to look into it
10 or 20
if this is correct here.
people working on them, and development would take less than a year, so one document could do the job. But times change, and now big games have hundreds, if not thousands of developers making a game over the course of many years.
Correct. And I wonder if people are going to crack a joke that he's using The Last of Us Part 2 as sort of a dig at this.
Meaning a specialist wiki is a lot more practical than having one single big GDD. But again, PatricianTV doesn't seem to know any of this. And yet, that sure won't stop him from making a lot of assumptions about the lack of a GDD at Bethesda. We'll get to those assumptions soon. But first, we should probably try to work out where Patrician TV's claim even came from. I mean, he clearly doesn't know much about game dev, but that's certainly not a crime. He is just a YouTuber after all. Luckily, Patrician provides his source a few minutes later. Let's let him explain it.
To be fair, design and writing director Emil Pagliarulo stated that there is a design document, but that it is very short, and he believes the game itself is the real design document. Imagine being a designer and being told to go play the game instead of reading a few pages.
Yeah, this is actually a section I was going to cover. This is such a... Maybe he's trying to make a joke with this, okay? But some people are going to take this really seriously, just like some people are going to take some of the jokes in here. I think it's a lot more clear about the humor that NeverKnowsBest jokes are here, like the obvious mocking of people by these titles. Design doctor. Okay. Yep. That's clearly a joke, given if you go into the section what he's talking about. It's very very flippant.
To answer your questions. This is woefully ineffective and can be chaotic on a development process.
Yeah, and Patrician TV just states this like it's a fact. If that's a joke of some sorts or a meme, it must be an in-joke of their community. So it's not going to translate to a wider audience very well. And definitely is misinterpreted. Something I noticed myself is why I was starting on the scripting. I'll show a little bit of some things in a bit.
Yeah, design documents are only as good as, you know, your follow through when you actually start putting stuff in game, like 100%.
This is not the first time Pagliarulo has discussed his aversion to design documents.
In the development of the studio, we don't have a lot of extensive design documentation. We found that probably after we hit Fallout 3, the design docs that we had became outdated very quickly because we knew we needed to get stuff in the game and play it and then change it. We needed to iterate on it. So we would have these extensive 50-page design documents that were completely outdated. And the time it took to maintain those just wasn't
Yep.
Okay, so in fact, there are 3 sources provided. Well then, let's go through them one by one before trying to find the real source.
The real source. Okay. I feel a little bit of the cheekiness. Okay. The dripping with sarcasm, man.
So the first is a written quote from an audio interview conducted by Polygon. The question is, how did you keep yourself from going down rabbit holes as you built out the story and characters and things that were most important? Emil talks a bit about pre-production and then implementing initial ideas before saying they made a detailed timeline of events of the universe before we get to the part Patrician shows, which reads, "It's not to say nothing is documented, everything is." So the main source Patrician TV will go on to use for the claim that nothing is documented at Bethesda starts by saying that everything is documented. And this is his best piece of evidence.
Yeah, but is it a design document? I think he makes sort of excuses for it, you know, abstract sort of, oh yeah, you have it documented and you have like all blah, blah, blah.
Now, the funny thing is, in context, this is not proof that everything is documented because this is not a question about everything or about design documentation.
Again, we go back to the sort of realize who the actual speakers are. In this case, is an interview. So you have an interviewee with questions. Who is Emil sort of directing this question, this answer at? Is it an expert in the game field who's trying to talk about design philosophy? Or is he talking to a Kotaku games journals who actually are rather laughable and sorry, anyone has to admit, I don't know how Emil feels about games journalist, professional Kotaku level games journalist. I don't hold them in such high regards. Maybe Emil does, but I would not. When you're doing this sort of thing, it's not really long, expansive, detailed explanations. And I don't think it should, realizing who the audience is for and what you're really allowed to say, which they'll sort of get into.
It's the final paragraph in a long answer about how they created the story for this big new universe. So when Emil says everything is documented, From the context, we can only infer that this means that every part of the lore and story is documented because that's what's being discussed.
Yeah.
Emil then says that there is no giant design document containing everything, which is industry standard because modern games are too big for one single GDD.
Okay. Yeah, he's making a good argument for it. Wonder how people are going to counter if they respond.
To be practical. He then mentions 2 specific design documents they had for 2 in-game factions, saying these get updated by designers during production, so the initial documentation becomes outdated. And the last line could support the idea of no documentation at Bethesda, but it more likely references something we'll get to shortly. Still,
could be. Well, it's given him something to work with. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
At least there is some ambiguity to this answer, and we have
Okay.
to remember that PatricianTV likely knows very little about game development, which surely makes it easier for him to accidentally misinterpret things.
Yeah, fair enough. Definitely being fair with this.
So we shouldn't be too harsh just yet. And there are 2 more sources.
Just yet.
The second is a quote from a charity stream featuring several of the lead designers of Starfield. The question asked was, what advice would you give to your younger self? And this is lead quest designer Will Shen's answer.
Right? Play the game, play your content. Is it good or not? Right? You trust your instincts there. It's important to button.
I'm wondering if it would have been important to actually, I don't know if it's said out loud or if he's just responding to chat, but I think that's fair enough. Okay. If it's a question from chat, they're just answering and someone read it out. I think it would have been best to actually include that within this for the context. Might have to check before I can co-sign on this, but it sounds very likely that this is the question that this gets piggybacked off of.
Things down and make sure that you actually covered all the corners. That's what the checklist is for. But the checklist isn't going to make your content good. You have to do that. That's
design documents are only as good as your follow through when you actually start putting stuff in game. 100%.
Now, PatricianTV presents this as Emil discussing
his aversion to design documents,
but in context,
yeah. If the question being discussed here is correct, he's just piggybacking off of the other designer's point. Fair enough. Seems definitely a misdiagnosis by the design doctor.
There is no evidence of any aversion to design documents. All Emil says is that a design document, i.e. your plan, is only as good as your follow-through, which is a completely uncontroversial statement. Emil is saying the end result is what's more important, and his enthusiasm isn't because of a dislike of design documents, but merely because he is agreeing with his co-worker's answer about the same subject. So this proves nothing other than that PatricianTV is willing to completely misrepresent the sources he provides by taking them out of context.
Oh, that's one interpretation. I think it's fair enough to say that, but is there context around patricians? I don't think there is. I actually watched this section of it. I don't think there's any context to recontextualize this to actually make this fair within the state of the actual video PatricianTV made.
But what about the third source, the classic from the speech that started this all, which Patrician again claims to be proof of Emil's personal aversion to design documents? Except, in context, this is one of the only parts of that whole 40-minute speech that is not about Emil's personal opinions, but is instead about the studio as a whole.
Great games are played and not made. So this is a point for the studio. This is one of our mottos at the studio, but it has several meanings. On a studio-wide level, great games are played, not made, means that we use the iterative process.
So this is not proof of a personal aversion, because Emil is not talking about his personal opinion.
He does go on to talk about how he sort of interprets it personally, if I'm remembering this correctly.
I'll say that Bethesda moved away from using lots of extensive design documents after Fallout 3 in favor of a more iterative-focused process, but this sounds more like an adherence to industry standards than a rejection of them. The era of one big central design document containing everything written before production starts ended long ago. In modern times, most large studios use a living document approach centered around some sort of wiki where various parts of game development can be documented in different ways according to different developers' needs and desires. And we have no reason to believe that Bethesda is any different. So, 3 sources that in no way prove that Bethesda doesn't use design documents, and in fact, in many ways prove the exact opposite.
I could be wrong about the sort of sources, but from my recollection, he's correct. This is
the support and evidence for PatricianTV's rather the presumptuous claim that he wants to start off his video with. Is his whole video based around it? I don't think it's fair to say that exactly, but I understand the logic being used here and turning around.
And 3 sources that in no way prove that Emil himself has any aversion to design documents. Oh, and there will be even stronger evidence later, but we'll get to that. Also, keep in mind, this is all the evidence that exists online to draw any connection between Emil and design documents. This is a man that has done numerous interviews and speeches year after year since Fallout 3 in 2008, always talking about various parts of these games.
I really don't know about that. I haven't done the research, the deep-seated research. I don't think any of us has. Okay. Though there might be other places, other corners of the internet if I really dig deep, but I think fair enough to say overall.
And from all those countless interviews, this is everything that exists to characterize him the way PatricianTV is about to. One description of Bethesda's studio-wide approach, one agreement with his co-worker that the final product is what matters the most, and one brief mention of some story design documents used in creating Starfield's universe. Still, this all seemed rather strange to me, because at this point down the rabbit hole, I was starting to feel like the internet's foremost expert on things said about Emil Pagliarulo online, and for years, Emil received hate and criticism that had nothing to do with design documents, unlike things like Keep It Simple Stupid or the paper aeroplanes that were repeated.
Okay. Just point out all good things that people are going to probably say is irrelevant with people talking online. But what people don't realize is people talking online has a sort of a cumulative effect. It's sort of a snowball effect. And he's sort of making the argument for that all this talk, he's citing certain things that probably are not the sole source. That's probably where my biggest point of criticism is. He's almost treating this like it's in a vacuum. I mean, it's fair enough if you're just talking about this particular issue, but on the grand scale of things, some people might get the impression that this is all in a vacuum, but and he did give hints with like the Todd Howard thing that there is more to this story. So not going to give him too much shit for this. Fair enough. But anyone actually stupid enough to watch this stream, with my artistic ramblings going over someone else's video to sort of try to good faith, bad faith, whatever faith, this sort of interpretation, I thought they should at least know. I need to transform this video somewhat in some way and give my own personal thoughts on this. Sorry, I'm not being so entertaining. This is more research. Putting out, this is my design documentation of sort of me getting into this. And this guy, I don't know if it's going to complicate things or make things easier for me when I actually do make my video. We'll see. Who knows when that'll be.
Repeated constantly. And yet, there was one single example I remembered seeing before PatricianTV of someone attacking Emil over his neglect of design documents. And yes, it was someone we are already familiar with, resident Emil expert Creetosis, who criticized the design doc part of the original speech in the same way that he criticized every single thing about that speech, including Emil's brief acknowledgement of the existence of Denmark.
And I know from personal experience, there is some audience overlap, how dedicated of an overlap and how personal they are. It's really hard to tell. Okay.
Yes, I guess I was wrong. Sorry, Creetosis. You were influential after all, because it seems like you might have influenced PatricianTV. Here's what Creetosis said.
The design docs that we had became outdated very quickly.
Funny that around the time their game started getting significantly worse is around the time they abandoned documentation.
We would have these extensive...
I personally agree. I don't think NeverKnowsBest is presenting this properly enough to the audience, but someone who's definitely knows, well, he's going to bring it up later. I guess that's fair enough. Just don't like the structure of this. The sort of a wait and see approach that he's taken. Yeah.
50-page design documents that were completely outdated, and the time it took to maintain those just wasn't worth it.
Man, I don't know. Maybe if you had documented things properly, you wouldn't have so many issues in your games. This doesn't even have to be super professional, T's crossed and I's dotted type documentation. Just make sure you're taking notes on what you're doing so everyone else on the project knows what's being done and added to the...
Excellent. Okay, we can blame all. Patrice, here's the plan if you watch this. I don't think you are. Maybe one of his fans will watch this. Blame it all on Creetosis. The stupid Creetosis influence into the space. Just be like, it's Creetosis influence. You got the perfect scapegoat, man. Maybe not. I don't know.
Game. I feel like if Fallout 4 had proper documentation, it would fix a significant chunk of their issues and would be far more coherent than it is now.
I remember a Skyrim review when he was sort of talking about Skyrim and comparing it to Fallout 3. Well, Patrice was watching Creetosis' video on Skyrim and talking about the sort of food source thing he had for it. I think that criticism was rather whack given the context of Fallout 3, but that's besides the point. But yeah.
Does sound a lot like PatricianTV's interpretation. But could this just be a coincidence? I mean, Creetosis isn't a very big YouTuber, so...
Yeah, he's building off the back of other... He has a sort of methodology like I've actually adopted. I hope I don't end up going down the path of PatricianTV. Not that it's the worst. It's like the first thing that I've even noticed. I didn't need this video to tell me that the sort of idea he had, which just for the sake of the stream, yeah, okay, reveal it. Let's do a little reveal time. Reveal time for everyone. Go to this. Reveal my sort of ideas. Good time for it. Preempting it before it gets too hot and heavy. Okay. This is some of the sort of screenshots. Read my meaning, not my words. Girlfriends and design directors. You already have it out. PatricianTV, I just gave you out. Use Creetosis as a scapegoat. He sort of deluded you into having these wild theories. Take it. I'll do an unmonetized interview. I get literally no money from it, but you do get prestige and clout from the actual getting this interview. And you can explain to the world the nuances of your approach. My audience is who you need to say it to. There's something in the video that I find interesting later on. Okay. Yes. Audio interview. Don't write up giant document. He's going to go over this. He's even going to go over this. So, and a bit of this. Okay. The first part is on Asmongold, which I'll go over later. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I was going to have to work on this. Okay. Yep. After a quick introduction in his 8-hour quick retrospective of Starfield analysis, Pat goes into design documents. The problem with this is that Pat makes a lot of criticism and commentary based on the assumptions about the design document based off of the brief times Amelia Pagliarulo, why even try to pronounce that name? Mark it as a T against me as a dumbass or retard or whatever you want to, people. Talked about design documents publicly. Again, no consideration for the audience that Emil was talking to in either case. Game journals, a Polygon, and a conference aimed at focusing on storytelling with a person who has the quote. Ooh. I don't. Oh, yeah. I think the little tweet was in the document. But that is his primary purpose. I'm talking about Pat here. Seems that Pat does understand who his audience is, given the rather flippant beginning of the quote retweet of Emil. But that is his primary purpose online, communications. Why it's not for Emil. Patrician even seems to understand the telephone effect. I need to look these down. The degradation of information over time. I probably would have had to fact check that. This is why the nuance will inevitably be lost. That's the point of that. I will clarify the minutia of this each time it's said. It's not as much a thesis as a punchline to a joke. He's just treating it as a joke. Made a significant error in his process, and he's just writing off as a joke. I find that rather something. I can't take him seriously as a critic if he keeps on going down, writing off his errors as a joke. And I sort of respect him a little bit, but I'm willing to criticize people I respect to a certain extent. Just like Pat isn't aware or might not even care about Emil's design process. Not that Emil has communicated that process in great detail or could have guessed how certain people would use those brief mentions of him talking about design documents to a probable misunderstanding about the actual design document process. Here's where I go into my theory about that. I would have to fact check. Project management software programs, I assume, might be incorrect. This is just how is it clear that Pat is incorrect about his assumption and Emil design documentation when he first started his quick 8-hour retrospective off after our intro section? Yeah, can't be too hard. I know about humor, but I don't think it was meant to be humorism. I was trying to give him an out because I use humor and excuse. I give people outs in my videos when I write them, or I try to. They can be autistic about it and hold my feet to the fire, but that's besides the point. Not saying Pat, another thing I disagree with. Pat is the only one to make this point, but he did spawn a whole video by us. He'll get into it. But that's my general sentiment here. And yeah, this is the video that it spawned. And here, since I'm in his Discord, I thought I'd try messaging. No reply back. Even did some stuff on Twitter that I don't care to get into right now. I figured I would try asking, why did you decide, should be a 2 there, to start your Starfield analysis with the
And 1 or 2
with the on design documents section? Simple question. Never got an answer. That not like we're friends, not like he owes me any answers. I thought I'll at least reach out to try to get it before I did my video. Guess you're only gonna get a stream now. See how much of this will make it into my actual video, or if anyone will even care. Who cares? I don't. But that's a good side tangent. We'll come back to that or something like that now. Maybe I'll do it from rope memory and add. It hates me. I should get red, but I'm lazy.
For issues, it would be far more coherent than it is now.
Wrong with Starfield.
By account, Pagliarulo learns to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead.
Okay, yeah, that is an off-base, off-kiltered remark based on assumption, speculation, and some really bad logic. Really a bad way to start off your video. And if your fundamental understanding from the baseline is wrong, I don't know how you can build on that properly. Build on a joke. Just a joke, bro. That how Pat gonna write this off? Of course, probably gonna focus on the sort of end section, which I understand it, but we'll get to it.
Lead project of Fallout 4 went without one.
So we instantly jump to Emil learned to hate design documents, which there is zero evidence for, and a claim that this meant Fallout 4 didn't use one. Something that is
correct.
Original source, Emil refers to Fallout 4 design documents.
In fact, the game was not set there originally. I still have a design document in my desk. Early on in pre-production, especially when it's your own stuff, everything's brilliant. Everything you do is brilliant. It's going to be great. You write your design documents, and then you play it in the game.
I think he had too much caffeine.
Emil says the reason he dislikes design documents is because updating documentation is a time-consuming task.
Definitely
which is
nervous.
The ultimate ironic statement. For me, a central document is a huge time saver.
Again, Emil has never said he dislikes.
Yeah, he didn't say, and it's a huge leap in logic. Really fucking flawed. Really a drop by Pat, trying to write it off as a joke or half jest. Yeah. I can't take it seriously, okay? That's sad.
likes design documents. And just because Patrician finds them to be a time saver for YouTube videos wouldn't prove anything anyway, as one person working on a YouTube video is not the same as hundreds working on a game for many years. Also, Patrician, no offense, but
yeah, I was also gonna make that actual comparison, comparing making a YouTube video, no matter how detailed, even if you make this sort of a map to sort of quickly get to information quickly, is a rather flawed comparison, in my opinion.
I don't think you can classify your document as a game design document unless it's for a game. Writing a plan in a Microsoft Word document doesn't make you special. There are too many.
He's sort of misrepresenting how PatricianTV overhypes his sort of video processes. But I don't like the comparison in the first place. So point against that people will use against him. Misrepresentation. That's what everyone does. You're dishonest.
Examples like this for me to respond to each one. So let's just let Patrician speak for himself for a while.
But, as is Bethesda tradition, if a good idea is broken, the best fix is removal.
Take it out.
Instead of figuring out how to better work with a design document, let's remove it. But perhaps the sequence was necessary in development to serve as a vertical slice of how all the mechanics were coming together, on account of there not being a design document, and for some reason they never decided to flag Crete as optional. The bizarre part, though, where that lack of central design document comes in, is character creation. It makes sense being there was no design document to resolve which method players should ultimately be encouraged to use for multiple playthroughs. Rather, a well-documented timeline of events that define the history of the settled systems is something that should be written down in a design document and then referenced throughout the entire game. But that lack of a design document seems to be indicative that the quest designers were not exactly clear how much experience they should be rewarding for doing quests. This quest is different for sure, and you can probably guess why that is. No design document. Though it's not really surprising that Bethesda would not be keen on tackling a topic that a lot of science fiction either avoids or only pays lip service to, because this is absolutely the kind of thing you need a design document to tackle correctly. Maybe the person handling the recordings could have done a better job if they had some kind of resource documenting decisions made by designers, but I digress. That they didn't know because there wasn't a central design document to help plan out the pacing of starboard encounters to keep up with the player's own power escalation. Starfield's pitch did not include a clear outline of how these systems would cooperate with each other, and without a central design document and several distant teams working on different ideas. Okay, so how does any of this work? The writers had to have a list of rules written down somewhere that, oh god, there was no design document, because the writers don't really think about long-term consequences. And, well, you know why. Without a design document, most of the writers are...
Yeah, Pat relies on a lot of this design document for a lot of this analysis, it seems like, from this particular video. I'm going to take a look at some of his other criticism on my own, see how well it holds up without this sort of a design document thesis. I think, to be fair, NeverKnowsBest should have actually just checked to make sure there wasn't independent criticism, but this video is actually long enough. On a longer video, don't know how I feel about it. I mean, it would be a sort of a playing devil's advocate against your own argument. So I can see how this is going to probably be framed if there's a counter response to it. But really, just this section alone is rather damning. I don't know if it's fair. It seems fair, at least from an optical perspective. I just don't know for sure because I haven't done a thorough review of this whole 8-hour quick retrospective myself.
We're only thinking in the immediate term. The lead quest design position at Bethesda is cursed, but I doubt it's because of any ghosts. It's a thankless and heavily criticized job, and I'm sure years of not having a design doc...
Yeah, I don't like it. And even if they can frame this as being unfair, that there's a whole bunch of stuff that does not lean on it, still doesn't change the core criticism of this particular matter here.
Documented a mentality that everyone's idea is good, the only limitation is what's possible, war on the soul.
So, there you go. Now, this is not every time Patrician invokes the lack of a design document to support his other arguments or claims, but it does give you a good taste of this video.
Yeah, might be being seen as deceptive there. Okay, can't say for sure. I believe overall it's fair, but who cares about my opinion and what I think is fair or not? I already have a bit of a reputation over there, so none of those people take me seriously.
Wrong with the game and is used in all parts of his analysis. And through this, it is a way for him to pretend that his criticisms are some kind of objective truth, and it's a way to continually ridicule Bethesda.
I don't know if that's correct. But let's run with the premise. It's solid enough. It's argued. It has enough support and evidence to actually seem true. Let's run with it for now, instead of me trying to clarify it every time.
And Emil, who, remember, he puts all design doc related
Yeah, let's good faith him. Let's good faith this guy.
blame directly onto.
Will that be bad faith in PatricianTV? Who the hell knows? Who the hell cares? I'll figure that out later. Let the design document gods sort them out.
And it's a way for PatricianTV to give his audience exactly what they want.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's got some solid backing, and I can generally agree with them. Being in that Discord, probably don't spend too much time there, but I definitely use it as a resource. And whenever I want to know, what's popping in the PatricianTV sort of mindset.
People were disappointed with Starfield, and when people are disappointed, they want to know why this happened and who's to blame. And so, if a snake oil salesman comes along and claims to have insider knowledge and then tells their audience exactly what they want to hear, the audience will probably buy it, not because they're dumb, but because that's a normal response.
Correct. Confirmation bias is what it's called. Okay. You don't know the reasons for something you feel like something's badly designed. Humans naturally are attracted to finding a reason, even if it's a flawed reason, even if it's just post hoc rationale in the end.
This is how things like scams, cons, and cults work. Lies are
Yeah, that comparison's a bit rough, but not incorrect.
easy to believe as long as they say what people want to hear. And just like the original Reddit post, Patrician speaks with an authoritative voice, pretends to be an expert on the subject being discussed, gives lots of examples, and always speaks with complete confidence and conviction. But don't worry.
Yeah. I remember when H Bomber Guy did it, and he did his sort of apologia for it. Okay. Maybe Patrician didn't learn from that, or he just doesn't care, wants to super chat it. It's his choice. And it's fine if people want to criticize him for that really stupid choice, in my personal opinion. Super chatting, some people think that's just base. Doesn't matter. Truth doesn't matter. Critical theory is everywhere. Not really. Okay. As I said, I need to stop using it for. I'm not going to say critical game theory, although it does have a certain ring to it. I'll avoid that term, though. Been using it too much.
Hey guys, Patrician is on your side. In fact, he's doing this for you.
But I don't think this video was unjustified. I think there were still enough people who felt betrayed by Starfield who want a voice to speak for them, to really hammer why this game didn't work.
So there you go.
Yeah, okay. He made a claim. Little out there. He has his support and evidence from the video. Rhetorically, it's going to be effective, especially if they haven't watched PatricianTV's sort of video. Even if you watched it, you might even partially agree, but have some apologia for it.
He is the voice of the people, a true hero. And all it cost was the complete character assassination of one single innocent game developer. And by the way, it's not just over design documents that Patrician deliberately misrepresents and attacks Emil. Here are some other examples.
Emil Pagliarulo has stated he does not listen to criticism.
Ignoring the reviews.
This is a common lie that creative people will.
Yeah, that was obviously an in-joke to go with.
Hell,
note how Patrician doesn't say this as if it's his opinion, but instead as if he's just repeating.
Yeah. Well, not technically a lie. He stated it. Was his intent to be serious about that sort of a throwaway joke?
Emil's own words, even though Emil has never said this, and he makes the same point more than once.
And yet, despite the heavy criticism, the very first decision made regarding Starfield's design was not to have a silent protagonist, because Emil doesn't listen to criticism.
Ignoring the reviews.
Years of Fallout 4 critiques all ignored because quality is equivalent to profit, meaning I can say whatever I want and he probably won't hear about it.
What a telling line at the end there.
Meaning I can say whatever I want and he probably won't hear about it.
Yes, sadly, that's true, but we'll get to it.
I signed an NDA. I'm a professional. I don't want to get fired. Now sure, developers signing non-disclosure agreements is nothing new, but it's very clear that they muzzled Emil because even in the short, controlled interviews he's allowed to do, almost everything he says is a damning indictment of Bethesda's design practices. Literally all you have to do is let him talk and he'll tell on himself the entire time.
Yeah, okay. Starting to get the Creetosis vibe with that one. Bullshit. Okay. You're making a mountain out of a bull. Making a mountain out of bull hill. Molehill. I always have trouble with that word. Mole. Keep saying it like mall, like the small darn mall rats. Oh, well. Embrace the stupidity of your own speech. What I got to do, have fun with it.
My ritual is to just go. I just like, I like stream of conscious. I think like I sometimes can be a little bit manic, but like.
So NDAs are normal.
Yeah, and did Patrice really put that in? Just stream of conscious? Does he know what that mean? How that would actually sort of go against his logic? Was that incorrectly cited?
Meaning I can say whatever I want and he probably won't hear about it.
Yes.
I like stream of conscious. I think like I sometimes can be a little bit manic, but like.
Yeah, that is credited to PatricianTV. That's almost sometimes manic. Could be used as a apologia or excuse that he uses for some of his more outlandish, which I really think are overblown when the damning thing.
So NDAs are normal, except when Emil signs one, in which case it's, quote, very clear that
it's nothing new, but it's very clear. Yeah, I don't know what sort of logic he uses to sort of single out Emil with it. Just don't know. There's nothing really to back up that they particularly muzzle. It's just speculation. Some sort of headcanon.
But it's about muzzling him, and this is then followed by another out-of-context clip designed to make Emil look bad. Now, it's worth noting that Emil is not the only developer Patrician does this to, he's just the main one, and the one I'm focusing on.
You know there's a bunch of tourists surrounding Bethesda when they're sad that Pete Hines retired. No, good, I'm glad he's gone.
I would also like to point out that the vast majority of the clips I have shown you from Patrician's video came from the first 2 hours, because that's how much I watched before deciding that I have far too many examples already to fit in, and that there is...
Yeah, they're going to nail you to the cross for not watching the whole thing. Make sure he didn't actually takes backsies later. I doubt he did. That's the type of people you're working with. They don't care about... Maybe I'm mischaracterizing them. I've been in the Discord. I've seen how they do. I don't think they care about truth. I don't think they care about honest. They care about their precious fifis. I could be wrong. I'm not going to characterize everyone in there. I'm sure there's some pushback. I don't even know if I want time to waste in any of these Discords. I just use it for information and sometimes trying to figure things out and have discussions. Okay. I really can't get in my head how people can have a life and spend so much time on Discord. Enough to actually engage with some of these larger communities like PatricianTV's, but maybe I'm just looking at it wrong because I'm not spending enough time in any Discord to really get into it. But that's besides the point.
Just no way anything in the rest of the video could ever redeem it. So I am not cherry picking the worst examples from this 8-hour video. I don't need to. I am cherry picking the worst examples from the first 2 hours of it. And there are a lot of strong examples that didn't make the cut, particularly around non-design document related insights. This style of using original sources only to misrepresent them or to make completely unfounded assumptions based...
Yeah, I find this incredibly deceptive when people use this to sort of twist the words of these people. I never go with it. I've made similar arguments that the marketing, people are like, the marketing is deceptive. It tricked me. Well, boo hoo hoo, you got tricked by it. Maybe next time be smarter, jackass, okay? Maybe I just have a cynical streak that I don't get... generally don't get bought into the hype. I wait, find some people I genuinely trust, give me some stuff. If they trick me, I'll cross them off the list and move on and try to figure out things on my own, other tactics. But that's besides the point. Too many sheep out there. Not enough people willing to think for themselves personally.
Based off them, or to take them out of context, or to just attack the developer involved, is a constant feature in Patrician's style of analysis. In fact, at one point,
Well, this is going to be, I have to admit, this is going to be seen as being dishonest because of what he says later. Okay. Let's, oh God. Definitely going to be misframed.
Okay, so ignoring the fact that Emil hating design docs is fake and Fallout 4 not using a design doc is fake, why on earth does PatricianTV think that Emil would liken the process to jazz music? Because I have never heard Emil mention jazz. He doesn't mention it in any of Patrician. I'm not cherry picking the worst examples from this 8-hour video. I don't need to. I am cherry picking the worst examples from the first 2 hours of it. And there are a lot of strong, particularly around non-design document related insights. Doc is fake. Why on earth does PatricianTV think that Emil would liken the process to jazz music? Examples from the first 2 hours of it. And there are a lot of strong examples that didn't make the cut, particularly around non-design document related insights. This style of using original sources only to misrepresent them or to make completely unfounded assumptions based off them, or
I missed it. Who
to
cares?
take them out of context, or to just attack the developer involved, is a constant feature in Patrician's style of analysis. In fact,
see, yeah, I heard that in Patrician style analysis when he later admits that it's just he only detected it in this video and he didn't see it in any others. And I can attest to Patrician, he generally does not do this from what I've seen. I missed his Outer Worlds. Okay, been busy with other stuff. Curious about it. Maybe I'll look at it just as a pastime when I have more time. But yeah, I don't see him do it a lot. This is a extreme miss. And you know what?
In fact, at one point, Patrician takes his assumptions so far that he says something quite strange. Let's read.
But if it might, that's good faith. Never know best. That maybe he just meant in this particular video or the context that he later provides, but it'll be being seen as an attack on all of his analysis style.
Visit an old quote.
By account, Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead project of Fallout 4 went without one. I think if you were to ask him, he'd probably liken the process to jazz music.
Okay, so ignoring the fact that Emil hating design docs is fake and Fallout 4 not using a design doc is fake, why on earth does PatricianTV think that Emil would liken the process to jazz music? Because I have never heard Emil mention jazz. He doesn't mention it in any of Patrician's sources. I can't find any connection between Emil's name and jazz on Google.
Well, is that one little clip of him playing a trombone or tuba or something, okay? He abstracted that little bit about to sort of make that sort of, that might have been a joke, but it was a weird joke if correct. Okay, yeah. And then maybe he just didn't find the right thing. Search engines are sometimes not great if you don't know how to use them properly. Maybe this guy knows how to use it more properly. He probably does. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's actually wrong. There's a lot of jazz in Emil. How connect it? Don't know.
Cool. And I don't think I've ever heard anyone else make this comparison either. So why would Patrician say that this is what Emil would say? Where does this assumption even come from? And why does he think it's necessary? Because
yeah, maybe it's just a weird joke. It does seem weird. I don't know why I focus on this. Weird.
He could have said, Emil's process seems a lot like improvisation in jazz music, except while this might work in jazz due to the small group size, this doesn't work in something with a large amount of people collaborating, like game development. And that would be fine. That is a greatly shortened version of the point Patrician goes on to make, and that point, in isolation, is all right. So what's the benefit of making this metaphor, Patrician's metaphor, and a decent enough metaphor at that, have to come from Emil's mouth instead of his? Relative to other things I'm mentioning here, this is...
Okay, you just use that sort of say, you're stupid. That particular line was really stupid and went nowhere. This is how you could have done it better. Okay, fair enough.
Very minor. And Patrician does qualify this assumption with both I think and probably. So this isn't misleading in the same way that many of his other claims are. But it is strange. And it really makes me wonder if making completely unfounded assumptions about developers and parts of development has become so normalized to Patrician But it doesn't even seem weird to him to make his words come from Emil's mouth, even at times when it's completely unnecessary.
You know, I want to push back on this point, but I think I made a similar point about Creetosis that maybe why they don't consider some of the bad mouthing and negative framing they give the Fallout games, the negative bias, why they wouldn't see that as sort of, given a negative bias that could be considered like poison in the well, is because it's just become so common. So maybe I should consider that a little bit more, or maybe it's just a overlap in similar brain processes. Who the hell knows?
I'm going to try to be charitable here for a second. Patrician clearly believes in the value of reference.
Okay, he's going to try to be charitable for a moment. So that would earmark he's sort of being flippant most of this video, which I would agree with. He's taken down a level. Total serious vibes. A lot of this is a lot of dry humor that has a point to it. Okay, fair enough.
Outside source material in game analysis. Now, personally, I think the best arguments about a game should be supported through evidence that comes exclusively from the game itself and your experience with it. But this is something people might have different opinions about.
Yeah. See, I definitely agree with doing this on a baseline. Going in without hearing any of the noise, any of the hype, any of the marketing, hard as it might sound, just ignore that and do just a strict game analysis of it, which I did. I tried to ignore all the hype, all the talk of it to start with. Play the game for like, God knows, too many hours just because I wanted to go through every storyline. I wanted to do a few different character types, wanted to do a few different iterations just to get the full feel of the game. And I don't even think I got some of the stuff Patrician did within this. But still, even with that, I would hear things here and there. It's a little hard to stay out of the ether if you go online unless you just play the game in a basement somewhere. Everything's going to affect you. I'm sure having an audience and discussing it with other people and looking at other people's doing it. I don't know how his process is, but I agree with the trying to go in as unbiased as you can from the start is a good idea to do in general. And then sort of adding factors in. After you have your baseline opinion, get other people's perspective, see if they're worth actually taken in consideration or not. So get outside perspective to sort of get a more rounded worldview and use your own sort of perception on it that your baseline criticism stands firm, okay? But you look at other baseline criticism and see if it's fair or not based on your own perspective. I think that's actually a more fair way to do it. And I don't know why I got off on this tangent, but just explain my own thought process, my own opinion about criticism, comparison to everyone else's here.
And that's fine. There should be different approaches to game criticism, and different audiences might enjoy different styles. And so, Patrician seems to have focused on this one thing he genuinely felt was important: external sources. And he was successful doing this, gaining plenty of views and fans. And so, as he continued to make videos, this became a bigger and bigger part of them, not for malicious reasons, but because he wanted to make good content. And it was his opinion that this approach was what made him better than the other YouTubers who only talk about their opinions.
Okay, audience capture is the argument being made here. Fair enough. You want to get to the top of that bucket and the turtle rat race and all the mixed metaphors thrown all at the wall.
Something he discusses in the intro to his Skyrim video.
Now, what would happen if I did not do that? If I took the common road of simply preaching with an authoritative voice? In that instance, then I would simply dictate my perspective on fast travel as though it were the one correct opinion to have, and then move on. It is true that many would be both entertained and convinced simply with a deep voice and an air of charisma. Insert profile pictures of relevant YouTubers here. However, I don't look at my...
See, I don't like this perspective here. Okay, judging your own criticism comparison to others. Sort of like tooting your own horn. I am so great. Sort of
I'm maybe in the ecosystem of YouTube, sort of downing on random people, passive aggressive. You imagine who does this, and I'm not actually criticizing them. Little cowardly, in my opinion. Yeah, you have some people in mind, or even if you have no one in mind, I don't know, it's just odd. Passive, the cowardly sort of dig at people, unknown people.
My audience is people to be tricked into liking my work with techniques of propaganda. If you want videos that simply preach opinions as the only true perspective to have, then dozens of videos that are both pro and against Skyrim already exist.
Yep, like Creetosis video. His perspective is the truth. Okay, how do you differentiate yourself from this? Is even NeverKnowsBest even going to get into it? That's actually something I would like him to do, but I don't think he does.
To validate your existing opinions. When you realize that over 80% of those videos have nothing to say, I'll still be here, keeping my gates open for you.
And so, Patrician truly believed in this approach and lent into it. And the end result of this ever higher and higher emphasis on outside sources that were still ultimately just being used to support his subjective opinions about the game was this Starfield analysis.
Yeah, I don't like this argument, his subjective opinions. Okay, he's factoring in other things as he's going in. Is it things PatricianTV should factor in, like his audience perception, or the general perception of 80% of other YouTubers who just kowtow? I definitely don't do this. People might make claims I do this. Trust me, I could definitely pander to find an audience and pander hard to them. But that's boring to me. I don't care if I don't have an audience. I like to figure things out and figure out the mechanics of things. Not much glamour in it. Try to jazz it up sometimes. There's the jazz again. But that's almost touting my own horn. Not very entertaining. Patrice style definitely does have a certain appeal. And I hate the people who sort of do this subjective opinion. There are some objective facts how this guy should know. He uses objective facts to try to counter some of this stuff. And I do agree. I don't know how Patrice TV can actually stand by this one criticism and just super chat it. But that's just me. There's criticism for everyone. And I'm probably going to get into mine of this content here, although caveats.
Where the central thesis is that everything bad in Starfield is because of no design documents, and that this observation, uniquely made by him, the higher tier game critic, is something that can magically explain everything people dislike. And yes, I am aware of the irony of him referring to other people's YouTube videos as using techniques of propaganda. I was choosing to let it slide. But
sorry, you almost did. You can help yourself. You just couldn't help yourself, okay? He's sliding back into not the good faith interpretation. Maybe that was sort of his way of indicating he's gone back into dry British wick mode.
But despite all this, I do think it's only fair to say that what is seen in his Starfield video does seem to be the end result of this approach. I will admit I have not watched much of his other content.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like that sort of insert in there, but I think that really comes down to a difference of opinion.
Relative to its length. But from what I've checked, in his other videos, he doesn't seem to present original source material in the same misrepresented way. And while he does make bold reaching assumptions based on these sources and...
Yeah, this is why earlier on when you said maybe misspeak, maybe some sort of a dry British joke from earlier, which sort of saturates this whole thing, which is definitely worth criticism, but taking into account of that, I don't think Patrice TV with his quick retrospect, 8-hour retrospect of a very new game really has much of a leg to stand on to levy that criticism. But that's just my perspective of it.
Attack game developers at times, at least he doesn't outright lie. That aspect seems to be unique to his Starfield video.
I will agree. And I don't even think See, I don't, maybe I'm giving him too much faith. I don't think he's intentionally lying. I think he got it in his head. And now that it's out, he's super chatting it. Okay. Doesn't matter. He should do an interview. Emil should do an interview. How dare you sort of mislead the audience to make it think like you don't do design. You should be more transparent. And I agree with the sentiment that some people should be more transparent, but some YouTubers, before making some of these outrageous claims, should do more research instead of just let the general sentiment sort of have them make a really bad argument from the very get-go.
And just so we're clear, this absolutely is a lie. It is a lie that Bethesda doesn't use design documents, just like it's a lie that Emil hates design documents, just like it's a lie that Fallout 4 was made entirely without design documents.
To be fair, I don't think he can back this up. I think good faith interpretation and with everything saying, assuming people are fairly honest talking about this, this is a lie, okay? All the evidence points to this is not reflective of reality. Does PatricianTV know this or will admit this? That's a different answer altogether. That brings up a very good question. If you find out something, you made an 8-hour video, spent God's amount of research, putting together, researching, and you find out that it's based on a lie, there's something called double down. Is he doubling down? Or I'm trying to understand the logic behind his decision to do this. Personally, I would take down the video. But that would be admitting that he made a mistake. I don't know. Pride becomes before fall, so beware. Lies tend to cascade. The Mama Max thing sort of, a lot of things support that throughout a lot of instances of YouTubers who get caught in a lie. Maybe there's more lies in his past. Maybe there's more problems overall with Patrice that isn't seen. Sometimes it's just the smallest crack that sort of burst the dam open. I don't see any evidence for it besides this one video and this one really stupid argument based on speculation. But who knows?
Documents, just like it's a lie that this is a
magic phrase that really explains everything wrong with this game. No design document.
PatricianTV will defend this by saying that because he says one time in an 8-hour video.
Question. It's getting late. NeverKnowsBest know this for sure. I mean, he's basing this off of the same standards PatricianTV did with Emil. And I get the sort of meta irony with that. And I'm thinking in a certain way it's fair. But I don't think... I think it's fair to do from a rhetorical perspective. But I don't think it's fair to do if you want to be seen as the more fair person. I'm not saying NeverKnowsBest actually cares about being fair. Who knows?
Video that
design and writing director Emil Pagliarulo stated that there is a design document, but that it is very short, and he believes the game itself is the real design document.
And I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but that is not how the truth works. Truth is not a one and done type concept. If you tell the truth once and then lie over 30 times, you're still a liar. And
yeah, that's actually fair enough. Can't disagree. Give yourself plausible deniability. Oh, well, I said in this one line, what about all this other stuff? Oh, that was just joking. No, it would be the reverse if it was a joke. You would make it obvious. No examples highlighted here, or what I've seen myself really frames this as a joke or a meme or anything like that. But yeah, oh well.
And on top of that, even the one time when you do tell the truth still involves lying. Emil doesn't mention a central design doc at all, and at no point does he say it's very short. What he actually says in your quote is almost the opposite, that there isn't a giant design doc including everything, but that everything is still documented. So even in your example of telling the truth that I guess you thought would shield you from any and all criticism, what you say still isn't even true. PatricianTV will continue to defend this by saying it's just a meme, and if anyone misrepresents it, that's their fault. But again, sorry, but saying it's a meme doesn't justify it. If anything, it makes it worse, because it means that you knew this phrase that you repeated so many times would be picked up by your fan base, allowing it to spread even.
I think this is a little bit of a stretch here from NeverKnowsBest. I think the more likely thing is he really got it in his head that this was the truth. Either his audience capture or whatever circumstances led him to really believe this is something. Once it sort of came out later on that it wasn't the truth, he rationalized it and was just calling it a meme. I don't think it's post hoc rationalization. It might be. It's just the way the human mind works. A lot of my perspectives come from a psychological, trying to understand why people do the things they do. I think personally, my interpretation is more fair of why he's doing this, but it still does not negate what NeverKnowsBest is sort of laying out there.
And further, that's what memes do, and that's exactly what it did.
And he is correct here. The same thing I saw.
And so,
same thing that got me to start it on my script, which probably was going to get me lambasted. And if I still do it, the stream and whatever video I put any of this criticism, also going to be lambasted. Lambasted? Criticized, mocked, downvoted, ignored, blah, blah, blah. You get the general sentiment, even if I can't get that sort of word out of my mouth at this late hour. Ugh.
You knew you were lying, and you knew the lie would spread, and I think we can probably assume that you knew this would seriously hurt the reputation of the developer the lie is about.
See, I don't agree with this. I think he just got over his head. Maybe he knew it was a misrepresentation of the truth and didn't care. Did he know the extent that it would travel? Probably not. Probably put too little faith in himself.
And this also needs to be recognized. YouTubers do make mistakes, and YouTubers do make factual errors. But there is a difference between a YouTuber getting something wrong by accident and deliberately crafting a lie designed to hurt and discredit someone who hasn't even done anything to them other than being involved in the development of a game they dislike.
See, this is where this guy loses me. NeverKnowsBest. He's sort of assuming things. And he is basing that on Patrice. He's going to lay out a little bit more his tweets, what he can see. But there might be other stuff he doesn't see that would change the context of this. So I'm hoping Patrice does do a sort of response to this, sort of clarify things, and not just double down and be like, no, dude, Emil's just lying. Just deny everything. Deny. I don't know how he can do that and maintain his credibility. These are just going to have to... I don't even know how he would respond to this shit. I see his Discord going in full charge to sort of counter this, but I don't know how Emil is actually can deal with this legitimately and come out well. Oof. I'll think about it. Okay. Here, contact me, Patrice. I'll think of a way to sort of weasel your way out of this. I mean, yeah, take an option that this guy's just dishonest and misframing him. Yeah, that's the easy way out. Okay, take it if you want. Create your own sort of insulated echo chamber based on lies and keep building, going further and further into this. That's just the path to destruction, in my personal opinion. Don't let this guy set the narrative on you. Maybe he doesn't even want to. I definitely think I want to be good faith and say Patrice didn't want any of this stuff to happen, but it's sort of hard to deny the sort of argumentation he's bringing out, at least from what's known publicly and the sort of insight that he injected into this video. Makes Patrice seems rather ignorant In any case,
We don't need to hold YouTubers to the highest possible standards of reporting, but surely there should be at least some standards about what a YouTuber can and can't say in order to get views and money and satisfy their personal grudge against a game developer. Of course, Patrician TV tries to use the same blame-avoiding tactic over criticizing Emil by saying this.
I don't feel like clarifying every single time I say his name that I think Todd Howard could have pushed back against Emil's impulses, or trying to guess where the line between Emil Pagliarulo and Will Shin was. Just bear in mind moving forward that Starfield's problems are not to blame on one single person. By account, Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead project of Fallout 4 went without one.
By the way, this clip looks like I edited together 2 different parts to use irony to emphasize my point, but I didn't. That's actually how his video goes.
Just bear in mind moving forward that Starfield's problems are not to blame on one single person. By account, Pagliarulo learned to hate design documents with Fallout 3, and so his next lead project of Fallout 4 went without one. A magic phrase that really explains everything wrong with this game. No design document.
Now, that is me editing 2 clips together to show the irony of the original statement. You cannot say, I'm not blaming one person one single time before spending hours and hours blaming one single person where the blame is baked into your central thesis.
okay, I can agree with that. And he's sort of using that's an interesting technique for saying, if it's a joke, if you're using irony, dude, you're doing it badly. If you want to just write it off as a meme, I think that's actually an effective way to actually convey that. Show how he edited it and sort of correct it to be like, okay, this video is a little tongue in cheek. I'm using a lot of ironic titling and sort of script decisions. This is actually but rather well put together video. But I don't know how this is going to come across to the people who really hate Bethesda with like Creetosis with the sort of persecution problem, which is how he said, Creetosis makes himself out to be a victim. I would agree with that. I would even take it a step further and say that he has somewhat of a persecution complex. At least last time I sort of went down with this.
That's not how this works. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overreacting and no one blamed Emil or got the wrong impression.
Okay. Yeah, always admit. Maybe you're getting the wrong impression. Maybe you're wrong. Always good to give that wiggle room.
Well, let's look at the top comments to find out.
Okay. Another one of those ironic things. Play devil advocate just to go to the comments. And some people are going to say, oh, who cares about the comments? Sorry. Comments does matter in the sort of argument that NeverKnowsBest is making here about the public perception, the sort of snowball argument he's been building up over time. This isn't just about Patrice TV. You could even say, you can make the argument that Patrice TV is a victim of several different things. The snowball effect, the rhetoric around this, picking up on this, and then having to double down on a misconception. You could even make that argument. I think that would be actually the best way Patrice TV could probably explain this away. But he's going to admit to anything that's a different question altogether. Rather hard pill to swallow. He got owned, had to retract because someone did a video on him. Optics of that is a little harsh, okay? Just like Creetosis taking down his videos on me, I consider a victory. I mean, he probably just did it because it made him look bad and he finally realized it. Maybe he'll put him back up if he sees this. Who the hell knows?
Quote, and this one's at the very top. It warms my heart to see rage against Emil, hands down the worst writer I've had to suffer through. Hearing Emil say they essentially scrapped design documents after Fallout 3 makes everything they've done since make so much more sense. Listening to Emil makes me wonder how many antidepressants must be consumed by his team. He sounds like the worst type of boss. He gives vague directions, blames everyone else when those directions...
This is the most unhinged comment. Whoa. That really got 475
Yeah, some people brush off these comments, but that's sort of comments and the sort of upvotes, replies are sort of a way to get an impression of what the audience is leaning towards. It just is literally a fact. Okay. If you're doing media analysis, or at least a broad scale media analysis of the sort of telephone effect, misinformation, whatever you want to call it. Don't have proper terminology on the tip of my lip right now to really go over it, but yeah, quite interesting.
Fail and then takes credit for what works. This comment goes on for a while, by the way, calling Emil a petulant man-child and saying Emil having a job is proof Bethesda doesn't value their employees' mental health. And it continues. Emil's entire shtick about not using design documents earns his reputation in spades. Another title of this video can definitely be Why Design Documents Are Important, because this was a damn good thesis. Emil is the textbook definition of
Well, to Steelman, maybe everyone in the comment section's being ironic with all of this. Maybe they don't actually really believe. They're just all playing into the joke. Okay. Yeah, I don't believe it.
failing upwards. It's actually insane how obviously incompetent he is. There are almost 6,000 comments as of me writing this, and about half of the top ones are about Emil or design documents or both. But this is just one video. Well then, how did other places react? Here's Reddit straight after this video went up. Quote, "Let Emil go do something else, and for the love of God, use a goddamn design document." That's in caps lock, so I guess I was meant to shout. I'm not gonna shout.
You know, I criticized Mueller for this doing something similar. Maybe I should actually look at that again in a new context, but this seems to be I don't know. Might want to look at it again. Heavy introspection, revisiting my old criticism, I think is important. Make sure there's a consistency there. Or maybe this is different. Don't know. It'll seem hypocritical to people who watch both videos back to back. Thought I would point it out.
Shout. No guiding design documents at Bethesda. What a genius move when you have 400 plus employees. Let's just wing it. Nothing bad can come out of that, right? So no, I really don't agree with Emil's design process. Or, the absolute lack of care and laziness to not have any core design document is something you'd expect from an intern, not a seasoned veteran like Emil. Or, no, a lack of design documents is directly responsible for the design failure that was Starfield. Emil is an idiot. There are so many examples like this, and all of them, of course, were posted directly after PatricianTV's video, and not even just in the normal Bethesda-focused subreddits. Friendly reminder that Emil Pagliarulo went on record saying that Starfield did not have a design document. Design documents are a literal foundation of game design. Emil Pagliarulo is the man to blame for writing in Bethesda games. He is the one who is against design documents in Bethesda. Emil Pagliarulo deemed Starfield not to need a design document. He claimed in a talk that design documents were a waste of time. That, coupled with him whining about it afterwards, really speaks to his ego. On and on and on. Design document, design document, design document, design document.
Yeah. Mistruths spread easier than
someone else that originally cited this video. And of course, where anti-Bethesda sentiment grows, YouTubers will always follow.
See, I think he's framing this incorrectly. He's going to be labeled as a Bethesda fanboy for this. Trust me. It's going to be the defense.
There are so many examples like this. And all of them, of course,
has nothing to do with just anti-Bethesda. It's the antis of any particular group, fandom, tribal group. I'm saying this is going to be framed. It's not just exclusive to Bethesda. It's a factor, I think, really in the console wars. The Xbox versus PlayStation people. I really don't know how the Nintendo fanboys and fangirls or PC master racers really factor into it. I don't know if I want to deal with it, but I might have to dive into that just for the sake of clarity.
Posted directly after PatricianTV's video, and not even just in the normal Bethesda-focused subreddits. Friendly reminder that Emil Pagliarulo went on record saying that Starfield did not have a design document. Design documents are a literal foundation of game design. Emil Pagliarulo is the man to blame for writing in Bethesda games. He is the one who is against design documents in Bethesda. Emil Pagliarulo deemed Starfield not to need a design document. He claimed in a talk that design documents were a waste of time. That, coupled with him whining about it afterwards, really speaks to his ego. On and on and on. Design document, design document, design document, design document, design document, design document, design document. And every single time these people say this, they will be citing this video or citing someone else that originally cited this video. And of course, where anti-Bethesda sentiment grows, YouTubers will always follow.
We can only assume what we are told is true, which is Emil Pagliarulo proudly presents us with Starfield. Proud of the fact that he did not use a central design document.
I mean, I don't think he's unfair to say the anti-Bethesda crowd here, but I'm saying this is endemic in almost any anti-fandom.
Emil Pagliarulo had explained that
Critics.
there's little to no internal documentation during development of their games. It is very likely that this lack of documentation...
Yeah, they're all going off of the base of something that does not seem by all factual account to be true and talking about as if it's a truth. Are any of them going to backtrack on this any what? Or are they just going to be like, no, everyone else is lying. Emil's lying. This guy's lying. Industry's lying. Maybe. I'm curious to see.
is the reason why Bethesda completely flip-flops on issues, like whether ghouls need...
Especially because of the bait in the end of this, which, oh, God. I have to deal with this shit again. Okay. I do not like this, just for the record. But I understand the sort of utility of this bullshit that NeverKnowsBest is going to implement here. It frustrates me, okay? It really is going to poison the water for any of the critics to take this video seriously. I really think he shouldn't have made this argument, even if he was trying to make a mega ironic sort of commentary based on it, which is the good faith interpretation. You'll see it.
Need food and water in Fallout, given the fact
Or
that
won't.
Emil himself says they don't do game design documents. I need to stress this point. These documents are what keeps the team in line and on track for the most part. It's essentially a vision of what the final product should look like, rather than just letting people...
Yeah. We know Creetosis. All his
do
beautiful
whatever the
splendor.
fuck they want.
I don't
It's
feel
like the
like fucking
equivalent of not
things up.
having blueprints when building a fucking skyscraper. But it might have something to do with not having a lore master, not having design documents, and not being beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago.
In fact, a small YouTuber named Blaze even made 2 standalone videos on it. And the
Yeah, this is what got me into it. I forget where my rabbit hole started. I think I don't know how I came back. Maybe it was the Creetosis video. I think it was actually the Osmond Gold stuff that I noticed it on, which I'll probably have to take a side tangent for once he does. But yeah, I went back to this to try to do an unbiased, because I remember Creetosis going over it with Stag and his new stuff. Thought I would go over it. Wasn't going to really, thought I would do an unbiased thing of it. Did that reading. Not worth actually editing and putting out. And I looked in the comments because they generally give you an indication. And I noticed the Blaze, someone got talking in the comments section about they came from the Blaze. So I went there. He cited PatricianTV, and bada bing, bada boom. Backtrack to PatricianTV from originally a chain effect of Osmond Gold and blah, blah, blah.
these ended up being the first videos on his channel to take off. I wonder who inspired Blaze.
So PatricianTV just put out their most recent video, which is a quote-unquote quick review of Starfield. But as of the time of this recording, I literally could not have finished that video. But there's a reason why I decided to stop and make this video now. And that's because right at the beginning of that video, he talks about something, or rather he reveals something about Bethesda's development strategy that is so mind-bogglingly, just astonishingly stupid. It is the fact.
And this guy just took that at face value without critically thinking about it. He just had a bias against it. He heard an argument. He had to jump on it right away. Figures. That is sort of the cycle of lower scale YouTube content. Be on it first. Make the first fuss about it. People will follow. I don't really care about that. I take my own time, but that's
that
me.
According to Emil, one of the highest higher-ups at Bethesda, that they don't use a design document when making their games.
Well, this section took a while, but at least we've come to the end of the PatricianTV part of this video and can now move on. Why don't we at least let him say his closing line, though, after talking about his video for so long?
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Here's his weird little side tangent that I really can't agree with tactically, at least. Okay. I think this video would be so much stronger if he didn't make this sort of a argument here. There's a couple of things he could have dropped, and the other side wouldn't have had as much ammo to sort of say this guy's dishonest and just trying to cancel or peg Patrician TV and all Bethesda haters as just loser incel type people. But you know what? Some people don't care about optics or giving ammo to your enemies. Must be a particular thing for me. Then I don't even do that great of that job. I try to regulate it, try to find new ways to sort of design things certain ways. But that's me.
It's only fair, I guess.
And that's why I find a sense of finality with this project. A sense of poetic closure. There is not an image smug enough to portray how vindicated I feel at years of Bethesda fans denying what I had to say and being rewarded with this game. Starfield is absolutely the game that you deserve.
Well, that's a nice final line, I suppose. Very punchy. Good delivery. But it does sound a little bit familiar to me. I mean, it kind of sounds like something I might write. In fact, it kind of sounds like something I did write. But if you are someone who only praised the Outer Worlds because that praise fits nicely into your Bethesda-dominated worldview, then I just want you to know that the Outer Worlds is exactly the game you deserve. It's nice seeing your old videos because it reminds you how far you've come, although I don't understand why my voice always sounds so different every video. Anyway, that's a very strange coincidence, seeing as it's the same final line and about the same subject, Bethesda. But for all I know, Patrician TV doesn't even watch my content. YouTube is a big place. Except, it seems...
Yeah. It's clear he's trying to play some sort of game here. And your criticism for this sort of a comparison, maybe hypocrisy, citing the Lord H-Bomber guy sort of a rampage. Even if you allude to it, it's rather strong alluding. Is that the proper word for it? I don't know. It's just, wow. That's going to be interesting, seeing what people focus on in this video, like with the H-Bomber guy when he sort of brought up the almighty internet historian. People lost their minds because of his stupid jokes within there. And, you know, commentary, drama YouTubers got into fuss. There's so much little bait things in there. I think this is personally sort of a see how you like it. You go after Emil for misinformation. Let me not even give out misinformation. Let me just imply something inaccurate based on almost no little evidence. That's what I think he's trying to do here. But optically, rhetorically, and society, internet culture, I think this is a mistake for convincing anyone who's on his side. Maybe he doesn't care about people who would watch a Patrician TV. Maybe just a straight, bang, bang, bang to him. Set. Curious to see if there's going to be responses, how they're going to turn out. Interesting stuff.
But there's almost 12 hours of him watching and talking about my videos on stream. Huh. But why would he even be watching a video on the Outer Worlds? No one cares about the Outer Worlds in 2023.
Outer Worlds.
Oh, he just made a video
on
the Outer Worlds before covering Starfield. Okay, probably
wow.
Not a coincidence then, but it is just one line. I wouldn't want to invoke everyone's new favorite P word over something as small as that.
Here, new favorite P word, referencing everyone jumping on the plagiarism claim. Who knows how much is correct? Who even knows if H-Bomber guy is correct? But hot button issue that's definitely going to resonate in the audience to a negative perspective of this, and in the people in Patrician TV's audience to weaponize against this. Sorry for silence. That's just taking a moment of silence for this. I don't know whether or not to be happy or sad about this. This is going to be interesting in any case, or at least hopefully.
I will say, though, that I have only watched about 2 or 3 hours of Patrician's content, and I can only recognize things that are copied from my writing, because I can only remember my own stuff, and I'm not even sure if I can remember all of that. So
there is also something that he should have put out there if he wasn't trying to make some meta-ironic joke, which is the good faith interpretation of that. I hate that I have to fucking clarify that every time so people don't misrepresent what I'm saying about this shit. Fucking autistic world. Okay, but yes. I was leading into a point, but yeah.
So it is strange to find something like this, because if I found one thing in 2 hours, then if you were to check all of the many hours and against the writing of all YouTubers, then
This
that's
is downright
statistically
evil.
not the most
I
promising
meant
thought.
not evil in an evil way, but oof, it's like, ouch. Did you really need to go this far to sort of make some meta-ironic point that's probably going to be missed by a lot of people and maybe even misrepresented? Who knows?
I mean, I'm not saying don't trust. I'm just saying maybe also verify, because I heard recently that people who borrow one thing sometimes borrow more. Well, they do say imitation is the highest form.
Yeah, there was a H-Bomber guy thing right there, making that implication rather fucking strong, even if it is for meta-ironic humor's joke or something like that. Even with the best faith interpretation, it's still not going to go over well.
Form of flattery, which is not true, but it is what they say. So thanks, I guess.
They also say great artists, good artists borrow, great artists steal. I think that was an H-Bomber guy's video. But
I didn't know you were such a big fan of mine. Speaking of which, what did you have to say about me?
You're a cuck. You're a fucking...
Yeah, he's going into this. Okay, it all strings together so nicely. Play the innocent. Oh, I can definitely see the attempt being made here, but are other people going to see it? Are they going to realize it? I think he knows it's probably going to be misrepresented if he gets a response, and he probably realizes he's going to be misrepresented no matter how good faith he's going to be. So fuck it. Why not go all in? Put all the cards on the table. I don't like that, but I can see the argument for that, given my own experience with this side. Well, Creetosis. Patrice TV has some overlap, and we'll see how this goes. Maybe I should look at Salty Shrimp Pasta. I know he's a channel. I saw him in the Discord. Let's see how that goes.
Cuck. Not only are you a cuck, you're like fat bastard cuck.
Oh, I guess he doesn't like me. Anyway, I'm mostly bringing this up just to acknowledge it. It seems PatricianTV is not a fan of mine, and I'm not.
I actually went into Patricia and I found this just to see if it's in context. He was talking about something else. I mean, some of those notes just tell you right off. His radical solution is to remove player marker, not quest marker. Something needs to be done. Yeah, if that's the case, I would need to know the context for it. If Skyrim is meant to be easily accessible RPG, then it's okay. Why does more characters Credo content exclusive? But that, why am I reading these? I'm dumb. It's pointless. Referring to Skyrim as ex-lover is honestly pretty cringe. Okay, fair enough. Cuck. Probably humorous, but I think this is supposed to be humorous itself by ending on this. That, oof.
Not really sure why. I've never interacted with him, so this is a one-sided relationship. Until now, I guess. That said, it is a shame, because I feel this undermines my video a little bit by making it seem like this is in some way personal, when it's not. This video...
Yeah, no one's gonna believe you, man. Okay. Why bring this up? Is this some secret way to get into drama? Or you want a conflict of some type? I just don't know. Maybe things will pan out eventually. I'm curious how this will go. The decisions made in making that decision for this video. I meant maybe it's just pretty obvious. Maybe found it really unfair. Felt being unfair to Patrice in this way would be justified. I don't like it, but that's the difference of opinions of how different YouTube videos, which all three of us, and obviously my opinions on how to make a video probably aren't very relevant given the relative size. That is important to take in consideration.
Video is something that needed to be made, regardless of who it did or didn't feature. So let's get back to the real topic, and let me remind you where we're up to. PatricianTV makes a video saying that everything wrong with stuff.
Yeah. Hey, definitely trying to earmark this, as I say, as a side tangent. Just going to make this point here. Oh, Obviously, I'm trying to make the stupid little point here. Let's talk about the real issue now. I think he does. Well, we'll see. We'll see if he gets into any of the sort of meta-ironic humor anymore.
Starfield is because of the lack of a design document, and that Emil is the one directly responsible for this. This idea quickly spreads amidst the community who were just waiting to be told who was really responsible for the failures of Starfield. Emil then begins getting attacked on Twitter, leading to a blocking spree, but the criticism keeps coming. So imagine you are Emil Pagliarulo.
Okay, this all seems rather solid. It's a good understanding of that, and trying to put you in Emil's shoes. Probably a little flaw for some people who completely hate him and possibly don't have very empathic sort of things. You know, he has a job. People justify their hatred, override. You demonize someone, and anything you do, any bad taxes against them is justified. No bad tactics, only bad targets. Done in the political world, and I'm seeing it in this game market world. It's really sad to see how serious people take all this stuff. But maybe that's a symptom of our society trying to get into escapism. When people are getting into this doomer mentality, the sort of escapism, they feel it's under attack either by quality or wokeism or whatever. They'll justify wrongdoings because they're justified. I think that also applies for NeverKnowsBest here. There's some dubious things. I think it's a little bit more ethically sound than what he outlined with Creetosis and PatricianTV. But who's going to believe me or who's going to care in reality?
In this situation, what would you do? Now, keep in mind, Emil won't have watched any 8-hour video on YouTube because he's a boomer with a family and a job, and he's probably not interested in consuming hours and hours of Bethesda hate content.
This is a good faith interpretation that I can get behind. Okay. Makes psychological sense. It's where most of my actual, the core baseline criticism when it comes to talking about people start at. Sort of trying to understand how they see the world. Sometimes you don't have enough information, so you have to put a little bit of speculation based on what they put out in the world. Sometimes you see a lot of people put too much faith in seeing the end results of people's actions. I think that, like NeverKnowsBest did with Patrice, sort of a fuck up here. When in reality, from a psychological perspective, some people underestimated how their misunderstandings can actually echo throughout the greater pipeline of influencer and social media discourse. They just underestimate it for the most part. In my opinion, educated opinion. Take that with a grain of salt, though.
And so, imagine you're Emil, and you suddenly notice people are criticizing you on Twitter. And if you've Googled your name, you'll see it's even worse on Reddit. And not only that, but a lot of these people seem to be making assumptions about what happened during the development of Starfield, blaming you for things you didn't do.
In reality, I don't even know if this scenario that brain failing, NeverKnowsBest really okay, didn't really go off. NeverKnowsBest really gets into here, Crimson Fleet. But yeah, doesn't really matter in the end, I guess. Yeah, why am I getting into such autistic detail now? A friend of his could have actually, like, did you hear that on Reddit? No, I don't ever check that anymore. That I think is also a very big plausibility that would put a hole in this. Or maybe he's more obsessed with what he does online. Who the hell knows? This is speculation that seems reasonable to have, or at least close enough to the truth that I feel no need to really do anything more with this. And God, brains falling apart.
Putting words in your mouth that you never said, and asking for you to be fired or to leave Bethesda. So, what would you do?
What would I do? What would I do? I don't know. Really hard to tell what you would do until you're in that case.
I can imagine myself in that. It's hard for other people to imagine themselves in that place, though. So we get into Twitter troubles.
If people were repeatedly accusing me of things I hadn't done, I'd respond. Emil might disagree, however.
Yeah. How do you handle criticism? Cry. How do you handle? I'll tell you the way you handle criticism. You never engage with the assholes. Never. Don't give them any play. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, right? Like, and we realize, like,
I guess as a studio person, I'm not a studio person. I love engaging with assholes because, you know, I feel justified in being an asshole to other assholes. It's a beautiful thing. Justification, okay. Let my inner asshole out. You know, get that outlet out. But you know what? I'm probably not the most well-adjusted person. And maybe Emil is, maybe he's not. Let me not go too far into speculation there.
So as we started getting bigger, right? Like, we realized there was this weird sort of cumulative effect with everything. When you ship 30 million copies, well, 1% of 30 million, a lot of people are going to see it, right? And so if 1% of people don't like something, 1%, 30 million, 1% of 30 million, that's a lot of people, you know? So there are a lot of detractors. And so everyone has their opinion, and you don't engage them. You don't have the Twitter meltdowns. You know, you just sort of, you take the feedback in. Some of it is valid, some of it's not. And you just have to be an adult, stay calm, and sort of, you know, try to ask yourself, is this guy right or is he wrong? Is she right or is she wrong? What are they saying about me? And so you try to pick out the negativity and take the valuable information. And yes, you can say the questions.
See, this is good advice. This was 2016. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Sounds reasonable. Okay. Does he actually practice what he preached? That's a different matter.
So, Emil believes don't engage no matter what. Let people talk about whatever they want and just accept that this is part of being a game developer for a popular series. And yet, on December the 13th, 6 days after PatricianTV...
Yes, if you're bound to believe him. That is true.
The Starfield analysis went live. Emil broke his cardinal rule and had a bit of a Twitter meltdown. Quote, 1 out of 15. Funny how disconnected some players are from the reality.
I think even calling this a meltdown is a little excessive here. Just sort of like tired of all this shit. He wants to say something about it in general. That's how I perceive it. You know, you hear so much of this, even if you're not directly exposed to it, you hear about it from coworkers, friends. You need to actually see it from those people before you block them. It's just a little bit hard to actually completely do this if you're a public figure who does try to engage. And I do know he does try to engage with people. He just, maybe he overcompensates and gets missed messaging when thinking some people are coming at him roughly when he misdiagnosed that. Who knows? Speculation again.
Of game development. And yet they speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in the factory, so what the hell do I really know? Not a lot.
See, I definitely agree with this. The framing of it is rather odd, but Emil is not. Maybe he's media trained, maybe he's not. Who knows how much media training this is on his personal Twitter, as far as I know. Not a company account or anything like this. Okay, so we'll see.
End quote. God damn it, Emil. If you didn't make that Twinkie analogy, things may have went so much better for you. But...
that's probably a joke. Probably a joke.
And yet they do speak with complete authority. And some of them even have a massive platform. So, is Emil wrong? Let's continue. I am going to shorten this a bit where I can, but the full version is on screen and in the source list below. Quote, part of me really gets it. When you're a consumer and you spend money on things, that gives you the right to complain about those things. And there was a time I exercised that right very freely. When I was writing game reviews for Adrenaline Vault forever ago, I was absolutely the person who...
Okay. Starts off with a really bad analogy and a little bit of a cheeky little statement, but he's willing to admit sometimes the bad was me being a sarcastic asshat. Okay. Yeah, he admits to that.
Who would say whatever I wanted about the game, good or bad. But throughout that time...
he skipped over the sarcastic asshat, admitted his personality flaws.
I actually had no inkling what game development was like. How hard the designers, programmers, artists, producers, and everyone else worked. The struggle to bring a vision to life with constantly shifting resources. The stress. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind, but given my position, I can't not share the truth. And that truth is, nobody sets out to make a bad game. And most game devs are incredibly talented, even if the game they release isn't up to par.
I think the term truth also really sunk him. That terminology is cannot share what I believe to be the truth. Would have been, and what I believe is no one. But he's not a communications expert. I don't know how well media trained he is, how cognizant he is of optics. There's a lot of factors that aren't known. And I don't think he made this as a meltdown as it's being framed. There are some sections where I can definitely get a sense of him lashing out.
So sure, you can dislike parts of a game, you can hate on a game entirely, but don't fool yourself into thinking you know why it is the way it is, or how it got to be that way. Chances are, unless you've made a game yourself, you don't know who made certain decisions, who did specific work, how many people were actually available.
Correct. Seems all rather solid, and at least from what I know, which obviously, much as anyone else knows, Patrice, maybe even this guy, who knows?
To do that work, any time challenges faced, or how often you had to overcome technology itself. So yes, love games, buy them, play them, and complain to your heart's content. It's sort of the nature of a developer-player transactional relationship. But just know that the game you're playing is in some ways a freaking miracle in and of itself. Normal people have come together to...
Yeah, a miracle itself. The rhetoric of this is rather verbose, over the top. So this is the last part. Maybe he's ending on like, I'm out, mic drop.
Worked for years for one goal, to bring you fun and happiness. So it helps to remember that.
Dork heart.
And them.
Nerd heart.
Boomer emoji, heart emoji. So, which part is incorrect? Now, obviously, in its entirety, it's not a good look. For one thing, it's too long. For another, it's too positive, which feels like a bit of a failure to read the room that at the time was largely negative. And
again, he's... Oh, well, at the time, it was negative. Is he aware of the negativity on Steam? Aware of the atmosphere? By all account, he might have not been aware of the general sentiment around it. Maybe he was only focused on the perceived attacks on him. Okay, that's good faith in it. Given a little bit more positive spin than never here.
Lastly, it's not specific enough, which allows room for misinterpretations and doesn't highlight the important parts well enough. But the crux of the argument is that it's okay for anyone to criticize or hate a game, yet that doesn't mean you understand why the game is the way it is, or what happened during its development.
Yeah. You don't have to understand the development to actually criticize features of the game and other things. You should be like, there are ways to sort of work around that. But then you start talking about design decisions like H-Bomber guy, which strangely came up, talking about design philosophies and making up new fancy words to describe things that are already out there. So it's ironic that H-Bomber guy brought up. I wonder if that's intentional or not. Don't know.
This is true, and the consequences of what happens when people just assume things and pretend knowledge they don't have has hopefully been shown already.
Yes. Okay. I'll agree with the sentiment.
And given how regularly Emil had been criticized based on untrue statements and inaccurate representations for 7 years, it's quite easy to see where he's coming from and why he thought this was necessary to say after Emil hate saw a major resurgence.
I mean, definitely a good face interpretation that makes complete another sense to me.
But most people don't know most of this story. So let's see how people reacted. Like the most viewed reaction titled Starfield Dev Blames the Players.
So there is an individual that works at Bethesda. Well, what the hell do I really care? Not a lot. You think I give a fuck about your problems as a game developer? You brought out a game that didn't even have a fucking map for a city. Jesus. So pathetic. I swear to God, some game developers, there's like this fucking...
I swear to God, some streamers who fucking reacts and play video games and make millions of dollars are fucking entitled little brats. Osmond Gold should really not take this high horse stance. Okay, but he's trying to, I'm sure he feels like a representative for gamers at this point. This is why he feels like he's justified in this. Okay, I'm going to be more harsh to Osmond Gold than Never Hear Biz.
Strain of game developers that are like in this constant battle to be like recognized for having a hard job. It's like streamers that are like fixated around people feeling sorry for them for being streamers. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for streamers. I don't think much of you lot, okay? Fuck off with your opinion, okay?
If you don't like it, get another job. Nobody gives a fuck about your problems. Nobody cares about how you feel. It doesn't matter, and it never did, and it never will.
Well, maybe one day people will care. I mean, I can dream.
Yeah, you can dream, man. Okay. Of course. Osmond Gold. Thing that that would have actually sort of deviated from him, and I sort of have to put this in here, which as a recording, I just use this sort of thing as a template. Okay, here, take for this example, people like Osmond Gold reacting and adding to another plus, oh yeah, need to edit this. Rough draft, people. YouTuber opinions on this. He's both Twitch and YouTuber. Now, personally, I don't see how the response from the developer is bizarre. It's going off of the title here. Osmond Gold here. Yep. Oh, this is off of this is the sort of factor here. I'm gonna lose my sort of place here. Osmond's trash, keeps gaslighting players. Let's see, try more. This is the thing that's not factored in. I don't see much of the design document, but maybe there's not much overlap between this. But it's not about Emil, so it's not attracting the same sort of people. Okay, this factors in. And this is actually, when I actually looked into it, it's actually multiple examples of this being used. But Osmond Gold just looks at this one. This one developer, might be AI. Okay, so you have this video, the Bethesda bizarre response to negative. So it's bouncing off. He's reacting to this video, which gets reacted by him. Downstream effect. Oh, and by the way, that's the guy who did Kiryu, got criticized for that YouTuber, like 10 million, I think. No, actually, I think 2 million. Who got criticized for voice acting for the, I guess, the American version. I didn't get into Yang Xing and the Yakuza series since he was such a big fan. Okay, so that's the bizarre thing. And Osmond Gold gaslighting, just went from bizarre to gaslighting. Yeah, it comes off, maybe you're playing the game wrong with the comments. I was commenting towards this Osmond Gold video, the downstream effect. He gets a reaction off of the bizarre thing from downstream effect. It's getting more negative and negative. Yeah, it comes off game wrong. I definitely have some criticism. I'm not even sure if that was a developer. Don't even really care to get into research, but them making a big deal with the suggestions of how to get more enjoyment out of a game. But does it really need to be labeled by the 1.2 million subscribe YouTuber who managed to get his voice role of Kiryu in the Yuzuka game, then gaslighting by the 2 million, I should put them, said rough draft, 2 million subscriber YouTuber Osmond Gold plus Twitch streamer, even if it's clickbait. Then there's this Twitter threat. Probably could have went on. I'm doing the sort of chain logic Never Hears doing in his video. But yeah, it's sort of a downstream effect. And that sort of leads into that. Funny how the disconnect. Emil follows up. Probably too much play, too much apology. I would probably tone that down. Maybe I'm just too biased towards it. I'll admit my bias in some cases. People stay. He's not trying to change any of my mind because of internet. Blah, blah, blah. You know, it's fine. Osmond Gold has an audience of over 1 million. He has to talk to why Emil is mostly just trying to communicate. This is my point about audience. Communicate what he wants to express to his Twitter audience of slightly 10,000. So my point here, which I would have probably had to work in to clarify or not, is that Osmond Gold has a much larger audience who probably would be more negatively biased. Why Emil's sort of audience, the ones who would react positively, probably more people than this would see it, retweets and other stuff. Okay, it's about the amplification. You know, I find it very interesting. Very few people take this into consideration. The audience, the people are trying to reach. Also, their level of communications in their profession. Osmongold is a streamer. He gets paid. Hopefully, he gets paid for his communication skills, but also XQC is supposed. You make that argument with XQC would be sort of failing. So maybe that's a bad idea. To a certain audience via whatever medium they're expressing on. Seems like media literacy 101 when forming criticism on people and products online. That is going to tie into my next point. And here, I read this much earlier. That leads into a greater point. Media amplification. Not quite sure if that's the correct terminology. I'm going off of memory in this rough draft that I wrote out. That is best contrasted by his counterpart. Again, need to double check if this is the right terminology for the rewrite. Media disintegration. Man, I already went over this. Yeah, I think I went over all this. Stories. And yeah, I did my own review, my own commentary on this. Before I got into any of this, I saw that there was criticism surrounding. I've never actually took a critical look at this, so I edited off a bit of this.
He's laying out here in this little talk. So I can only speculate on the problems based on what he's saying and my own personal knowledge on what he's bringing up, like Fallout 4.
Step outside your own backyard.
I had 2 hours of this, and I deemed it as not worthy of actually dealing with. But okay, need to take that quick side tangent here. And you can see some of the...
Stick it up. It's easy.
You can also see the playlist I was originally going for. Okay. I added these recently. These are also two examples. The negative Steam review that I wasn't going to include. Story, quick analysis. The Blaze, another speech, which Creetosis, which I was going to skip. That video, Osmongold. Okay. Probably gonna ditch that. This is to get a greater.
Shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, get another job. Nobody gives.
He feels this is the Reddit thread, the one who truly reflected the views of the Starfield player base. And so he feels this is a normal response.
There's like this fucking strain of game developers that are like in this constant battle to be like recognized for having a hard job. It's like streamers that are like fixated around people feeling sorry for them for being streamers. Shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, get another job. Nobody gives a fuck about your problems. No.
And again, I don't give a fuck about streamers who complain about other people online when they're making millions of dollars. Not negating his issues. They have some legitimate, and there is something within the fan base. But damn, he's definitely primed. I sort of showed the context of what maybe primed him, or maybe not. You got to go a little bit deeper to get to the root, and I'm just showing you how I would have actually approached this. Same sort of, I definitely was going to cover him, but lead in, understand, blah, blah, blah.
Nobody cares about how you feel. It doesn't matter, and it never did, and it never will.
Well, maybe one day people will care. I mean, I can dream. I'm not...
What I want people to do, I don't actually care about feelings either. I'm a cold-blooded bastard, or at least I claim to be. I care about the facts of the matter. And he completely just overrides. He's making it about how Emil's feeling when he's making, there's a part of a logical argument. You went off on how he feels. That's the trip-off point where he feels. When he's explaining that people don't understand. He doesn't really push back on that, if I remember correctly. Don't know. Don't care. Maybe I'll bring it up. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll ditch this whole project and just go forward. Who the hell knows? Damn you never for throwing a wrench and also actually being a big YouTuber criticizing at least Creetosis. I don't know. I can't really get behind your PatricianTV criticism too much. It's not that I don't agree with your general sentiment. The approach just irks me.
Not sure if Osmongold was having a bad day that day, or if he feels this is a normal response. But while most reporting of Emil's tweets were far less vitriolic than this, Osmongold was still the one who truly reflected the views of the Starfield player base. And so, the Emil...
Is it even the Starfield player base? Okay. Maybe. I think that's just a generous assumption.
Hate marched ever onwards and to ever greater heights. I would also like it to be known to the jury that despite there being no mention of design documents in Osmongold's video, there certainly is in the comments. Funny how that criticism always seems to show up now anytime Emil's name is mentioned online.
Yes, the association. People are attracted. They watch a whole bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of videos criticizing. This is going to be recommended to them. Okay. Just the algorithm. Another factor that really doesn't get brought up in this sort of analysis of this. I mean, I like the general sentiment of this, and I'm not saying he should have taken a more thorough approach to cover all the angles. I'm personally fine with this, but I can acknowledge the problems with this video, the major problems that probably won't help general discourse, but it does highlight some significant problems, I think.
Fine. After this tweet thread, Emil replied to many people on Twitter, always politely, and one reply in particular came to be used a lot by his detractors to further attack him. It reads, "Oh, the Reddit thread? Lol, yeah, every so often someone likes to dig up a talk I did years ago and misrepresent what I said. Apparently I also don't care about Fallout lore, can't write to save my life, and have the IQ of a peanut. It's on the internet, so it must be true." Still, for the most part, Emil's Twitter is a place of positivity. He tweets regularly, usually at least once a day, and so on December the 14th, one day after being roasted mercilessly by the entire internet, he tweeted this. "The one thing I never wanted was for my Twitter feed to become mired in negativity. What was intended to be support and respect for game devs and the development process has morphed into something else entirely. Lesson learned. It's the holidays, spread some cheer." This is a stereotypical Emil.
I take more issue with his no humbug here. I'm a potential humbug expert. Okay. Bah humbug.
Tweet. He seems to be a positive person. Most tweets are about the games he's been playing or the movies he's been watching. He regularly compliments other game developers' work on all sorts of different games. He talks about his wife, he talks about his family, he posts recipes of 18%.
Damn. I don't know if this is correct. I only followed him after I sort of followed this.
Cookies that he baked, and so on. He also comes off as kind of goofy, maybe too openly into nerd culture in a way that seems uncool, and too positive in a way that feels out of place on a website usually so infused with cynicism and irony. I would say he seems like a well-meaning and slightly out of touch boomer, and I don't mean that negatively.
And he will admit to it with a sense of humor.
He's not always positive, though. A few weeks before he was attacked for being an entitled game developer, he tweeted about how much he's been struggling with grief after his sister unexpectedly died of cancer.
Yeah, sort of highlighting this is a personal account. This isn't a PR account for Starfield. Okay, he's a person with a personal Twitter talking about what he feels like talking about, trying to keep it positive. Fair enough, okay. Deal with so much negativity. You can let it get to you, or you can try to take things. There's certain people who have to do that. I'm fine with dealing with negativity for a good amount, but I have a certain limit. I can have fun and go with it. Probably not optically optimum, sort of like my sort of problem with the PatricianTV section, but just besides the point.
This is a normal person. Now, I don't know Emil Pagliarulo.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He thinks from his Twitter account, from what we know about Emil, he seems like a normal boomer, not really in touch with the internet sort of crowd. Okay, fair enough to say that based on that. Don't even think Never Here would say that's a downright truth. And I think he's going to clarify it in a minute.
And so I can only judge him based on the things he has said and wrote online. The thing is, that's also true for everyone else. Maybe he's not a good person. There is no way to know for sure just by looking in from the outside. But
absolutely. Agree with the sentiment exactly.
But just as I do not truly know this, that's the same for everyone else. We can
yes, he could really be a serial killer from Biker Mice from Mars on the moon of Jupiter.
Only judge the evidence that is available. And within that evidence, there is nothing here or anywhere else I have seen to suggest that this man is in any way deserving of hate. And I have looked for evidence. When I began this video, I fully expected to see some examples of elitism or antagonism or petty arguments or things that seemed egotistical from Emil. And often, when people develop a negative reputation online, they do play at least some part in creating it. I also believe that there are two sides to every story, so I wanted to find the other side of this one. But it doesn't seem to be there. Probably because Emil doesn't believe in responding to negativity online.
Yeah. And there is definitely criticism you can sort of levied at that, like I did with many a true nerds. There is such thing as toxic positivity, just not responding to anything negative, going in your own echo chamber. At least you don't directly harm anyone that way, but you can have some unintentional casualties with that attitude. And when you're an influential person, that can actually drip down into this weird metamorphic that I could definitely admit to seeing in a few of the fans of Many a True Nerds. There was a couple
And I
of
have to wonder
Spurgs in there who would do some weird shit in the comments section, just like the Creetosis fans would do. So, weird dynamic.
if that's part of what caused this situation.
But the difference between, audience is always hard to tell. You can't do it direct unless there's a call to action, which there might be implicit call to actions in certain things like what Creetosis says, as he pointed out. Same thing with PatricianTV. Implicit, maybe not direct, maybe direct. Not going to say anything on those regards.
For years, people have been able to say anything they like about Emil without ever having to worry about any repercussions. And one good example of that is PatricianTV, who knowingly lied in his video, knowingly encouraged his fans to harass Emil, and has continued to try to goad Emil into responding directly to him after line. And I have to wonder if that's part of what caused this situation. For years, people have been able to say anything they like about Emil without ever having to worry about any repercussions. And one good example of that is PatricianTV, who knowingly lied in his video,
Again, I don't think he has enough evidence to say. Never doesn't have enough evidence to say with any amount of certainty that he knowingly lied. That even here, that this is a intentional effort to intentionally try to get his fans to harass Emil. I mean, I can see his perspective of why he would never would come to this particular frame in here, because it definitely can come off this way, but different people have different philosophies and don't have any empathy or even any creativity for. I'm not saying that's Patrice. I would want to make that claim for Creetosis, but I can't make that with 100% certainty. I definitely see no signs of that with Creetosis, and I see little sign with Patrice here, but I think I don't even think Never Here is trying to say this is 100% true based on the context around it. I think he's saying based on all available evidence that he's actually found, and he was in the Discord to sort of come to some of this conclusion, which I do find quite interesting.
Only encouraged his fans to harass Emil and has continued to try to goad Emil into responding directly to him ever since.
Yeah, this is the line that really looks bad that I would have harped on a little bit more. Of course not. There was 0% chance of going in. We can help. There's no help. The request was purely optics. So it was a virtue signal. It was just something that I think is one of the most damning things. And maybe it's taken out of context. I try to be fair, but
it doesn't.
There's a lot of things I am steel manning on both sides here. On all sides, I think. Whoever side it is probably not going to see it that way. Who knows?
Probably because Emil doesn't believe in responding to negativity online. And I have to wonder if that's part of what caused this situation. For years, people have been able to say anything they like about Emil without ever having to worry about any repercussions.
Let me speed this down.
And one good example of that is PatricianTV, who knowingly lied in his video, knowingly encouraged his fans to harass Emil, and has continued.
Okay. Likely closing the channel soon. I'm guessing that's the Starfield channel. Which is, because of this video is ramped up. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful bean footage. Not going to show off anything. If I'm looking on my own. Their YouTube, NKB Emil Fred. They created one to react to this. Hundreds and hundreds. There's definitely hundreds of tweets here. They're definitely looking into him. Recently we're talking about Creetosis. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff. They're mobilizing. Who knows how Patrice is going to take it? He is not his fans. How he will take engagement from his audience? Who knows? Who even knows if he listens to anyone in his Discord?
To try to goad Emil into responding directly to him ever since.
Yeah, try. Virtue signal, maybe. Purely optical. Knew that wasn't the proper thing, so I sort of pointed out, did you make an official request through Bethesda? I think I did, just to test it. Let me quickly see if that actually turned out anything. Yeah, okay. Not going to accidentally show anything that isn't up here. Separate window, hopefully. Is this the right one? Yeah. Okay, nothing's showing up. Nope. Automatic reply, external. Thank you for making a interview request. That was 11 days ago. That's when I started setting things in motion. I couldn't remember the days. So 11 days ago, I started setting things up and trying to write when I can. But yeah, that's sort of how that goes. Hello, games. Hello, games, my little friend. And I showed the sort of DM that I sent to Patrice just to try to see. Again, maybe he didn't see it. Maybe he thought I wasn't worth it, even if he did see it. Why should he answer me, a lowly no-sub YouTuber? I do know that him and his whole channel made a big deal about the Creetosis drama when he made his 4-hour video on me. But they do not actually care about me, as they shouldn't. They don't know me. I just went in there for research and other reasons, so I don't expect them to care. I'm not part of that community.
So far, this has not worked. But eventually, Emil did make an interesting tweet.
Yep.
You see, after accidentally making a reference to design documents he was working on, the same design documents that apparently do not and have never existed, Emil finally seemed to realize that the interview he had done with Polygon was being used as evidence for the now widespread belief that Bethesda doesn't use design documents. And so he replied with a normal Emil tweet, still seeming completely oblivious of the significance of the design doc discourse, and saying that, of course they use design documents, and that he didn't know that was something he needed to specify. So, in case you needed any further proof that PatricianTV lied, based his entire 8-hour analysis on a lie, deliberately spread this lie, and continues to lie.
Again, I have to clarify. Never does not know for certain that he deliberately spread this line. Definitely, if it wasn't deliberately crafted this lie for his sort of thesis, which seems like shooting yourself in the foot, he was definitely very ignorant in how he came to this conclusion. I mean, maybe it was a deliberately crafted lie. Even if it was, maybe Patrice TV wouldn't be aware of how much the sort of discourse around it would actually spiral out of control. Or maybe he just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. Nihilism is an option always. Not caring. God, he's ass mad. Yeah, I understand he would be upset. I have no doubt people have been bugging him about the no design document meme. It lost nuance in my script when people... I think that is a cope there. That line there. The meme... Is Patrician TV a fucking retard? Or is this some sort of cope? He says it's nuance of it in his script. I don't understand how he can fucking... No, okay. Not even going to speculate on that. That just seems outrageous. It does seem like he fucked up and he's trying to super chat it, treating it like a meme, not realizing its effect, or that Emil would have this sort of backhanded thing. He had to do his sort of optical play to try to save face. Probably double, triple down. I hope it doesn't lead into a fucking spiral. Maybe even if he... Yeah, double down, ignore it. That's one possibility. Fess up to it. Be like, okay, this was a meme, guys. Clarification. This was sort of me joking.
really no hallmarks of the joking that I could find in this video. But I'll keep that in mind when I actually do a thorough review of the 8-hour video at some point. This won't go anywhere, and I was just prompted to do this stupid little stream in the middle of the night, just to get it all on the record.
To this day. And why not? Emil doesn't respond to negativity, and the one time he did try to, it made everything worse. And so, people like Creetosis and PatricianTV and others have had complete freedom to say whatever they like about him without ever having to even consider any consequences, because people have been saying whatever they want about Emil for 7 years. And
that is definitely what the evidence would support, and definitely backfired. Okay.
Idea that someone with a platform would actually take an interest in the topic and then go out of their way to cover something that to most people is insignificant while risking their reputation by going against everyone else and defending someone everyone hates. Well, the idea of someone doing that is almost unimaginable.
Yeah, I do it. I do it. I'm a clout chaser, okay. And I was expected to become a clout chaser. Like, stupid little, no, you're just clout chasing. I don't think they can use this excuse with him. He's got more subs than either one of these channels. They can do the punching down thing. I don't think it's going to work too well. I think the best way or the tactic they're going to take is he misrepresented, dishonest, and sort of deflect with the sort of way he represented both Creetosis and PatricianTV. Maybe they'll even steel man the Reddit post, but that'd be a little bit far for me. Maybe a collab between those two. Unite those two camps together. Beautiful synergy there. Who knows? A lot of the sentiment on the PatricianTV don't even really care for Creetosis.
There is one thing I haven't mentioned in this video yet, and that is Emil Pagliarulo's writing, which is at the center of many of the older accusations that have been made against him. For what it's worth, no one outside Bethesda knows exactly what Emil did or didn't write. But some things we do know he wrote some of or was heavily involved in include the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion, the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, Nick Valentine in Fallout 4, the main stories in Fallout 3 and 4, and many design concepts for Starfield.
I think bringing up this point's almost useless. I agree with the sentiment. Hard to really place blame on anyone in general. But in the end, Emil probably should be held responsible for some things. But I haven't seen any serious arguments of why Bethesda writing is so bad. I think it's rather safe. Okay. Rather average writing, which would make sense. Sometimes it gets on the cringy side. Sometimes it's got a little bit of oomph, but mean, average, just bog standard writing. And some people would call that mid. Okay, fair enough for that.
Their job. What is the punishment, by the way? Hate? Being fired? Some kind of long-term psychological trauma? I don't truly know. None of us do. It's all speculation, based on things we only have a tiny amount of information.
Yeah, speculation, and I'm guessing he doesn't want to put his opinion out there of what he thinks about the writing. Maybe he doesn't have the expertise on the writing, or doesn't want to muddy the waters by giving his opinion here, which is probably smart.
And yet apparently we're competent enough to not only declare this person to be bad at their job, but also to try to punish them for this crime. And what if he was a bad writer?
They'll punish him. Maybe they're like Patrice, not thinking anyone's going to listen to them. Some people are just stupid with their words and just so used to not being heard. When they're actually heard, they're like, oh shit, people are starting to get behind it. Oh yeah, the double and down process, not really thinking through their logical processes, and when it actually comes to fruition, they have to go along with it. Cancel culture is rampant for a reason, and I'm not saying this is cancel culture, but there is an element of that in this, calling for someone to be fired for some perceived wrong, injustice. Not saying they're intentionally trying to do cancel culture. I'm not even saying a lot of people who participate in cancel culture generally want to do it. Yeah, there are going to be some people who get a thrill out of it, but that's a complex mess of the thought leaders and just getting people beating the drums, which you could argue that people like Creetosis and PatricianTV, you could make an argument. I'm not saying either of those are correct. And I don't even know if that is the actual intent. Probably Creetosis would admit to it. Patrice, maybe, who knows?
Well, for one thing, he might be good at his job in other ways. He might be an enjoyable person to work with, or good at looking out for his team, or good at managing people, and so on. But even if we ignore all that, in what way are we responsible for punishing people who are bad at their job? What is the punishment, by the way? Hate? Being fired? Some kind of long-term psychological trauma, maybe? And who gets to decide who is bad? Oh, and does this also apply to all jobs, or is this video game specific, or writer specific? And where the fuck does our authority come from? We are not a...
Yeah, I'm not liking the sort of point he brings up about the sort of cancel culture aspect, even though he doesn't label it that. I'm more agreeing with the sentiment. Who the fuck gave you that authority? What makes you the expert to determine that he's bad at your job? You have a clear bias, okay? What does the market actually say? Even if you drum up this sort of hate campaign, even if you got a boycott for Starfield until Emil was fired, what does that really do? Okay? Would that be something these people who are hating on Emil based off of literally a misunderstanding? The logic of it is just baffling to me. But you know,
judge. We're not a jury. We're not any kind of personification of justice. We are an angry mob.
I mean, I even have some basis in writing. I have a superficial understanding of game design. I have plenty of friends who went to school for this shit. I've been playing video games for my whole life, and I still don't think I would have the authority to speak on these matters like a lot of these YouTubers. And where does this authority come from? I don't know. This seems like their audience hypes them up with ideas. Are there audience game designers of any significance? Yeah, you can be small game designers, make a few indie games, blah, blah, blah. What does that really say about the AAA? I don't even know.
Mob attacking a man we know next to nothing about because we thought a video game they made was bad. I wish we were just, though. In a court of law, both sides get to present an argument, and people are presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, but a lot of people would say that Emil is waiving his right to a defense. I don't like this ending. I understand what he's trying to say with it. The sort of emotional arguments are really not something I can stand by. I can understand this one. Feels there's an injustice done to this man. He wanted to look at this, see like, okay, is he really guilty of anything? And maybe he's being dishonest and not framing Emil's Twitter or social media account accurately. But unless someone presents a counter argument with legitimate evidence saying he's really horrible and he's really fucked up the games and just doesn't care and a horrible boss, employee, blah, blah, blah. Unless you show that and just making baseless assumptions based off of freaking headcanon and speculation off of breadcrumbs, I don't know what I can't back this sort of hate for Emil. Okay. Oh, you're just a Bethesda fanboy. No, I just don't like bad criticism. And maybe I can't articulate why the criticism is bad quite as well as some people. And I don't even think Never's approaching this properly, but that's my opinion.
On the internet, that isn't usually the case. One side often drowns the other out, if the other side even gets presented at all, and people are declared guilty long before and independent of if anything's been proven. And sometimes, majority rule gets things right. But sometimes, it doesn't.
Fair enough. Okay. I don't really co-sign on cancel culture. I mean, the other side should make a statement if they're really up against the wall. I don't think Emil's really against the wall. Maybe he was sort of getting pressure to do something. I don't even know. Again, speculation. Why the fuck am I even engaging in this fucking shit? I'm just looking at this video. I'm not making any moral judgment on the people going against Emil. I'm just seeing the effects, and I agree with Never's assessment of this sort of a snowball effect that he's sort of making an argument with. I think his I I think he finds it perfectly fine to make certain assertions that aren't necessarily correct because he believes that the other side is doing the same, and it keeps it streamlined, amuses him, fair, blah, blah, blah. But difference in opinions again, and that's what it's going to boil down to. But there should be standards for YouTube creators. I think we're coming to the point where most people feel this way. So many freaking things are happening where people are getting so much backlash. But people in the gaming sphere probably don't see this. That's why I try to keep a look at the internet as a whole. Okay. You had Illuminati. You had Nick is not green. You have this Mama Max bullshit. I think Linus Tech Tips. There's other examples. Okay. And I think even some people came against H Bomber Guy. Again, I almost feel that H Bomber Guy was a little bit more rough than this. I don't know. They seem about comparable. So interesting.
It is worth keeping in mind, however, that this video is only arguing for one side. Although I have done my best to be both factual and fair, and if you have any doubts, the sources are below for you to check.
Yeah, people are going to call bullshit on this, okay, because of some of the sort of some of the rhetorical techniques used in this, which, yeah, he used mostly facts that he can prove to come to some of his more subjective understandings of this, but he did base almost all of them on facts that he presented. Again, if he's missing facts or if it's incomplete, could throw him off. He would probably even admit it himself, but
Still, this does not mean this is a situation where the other side has not been given a voice. The case against Emil Pagliarulo has been shouted by thousands and thousands of people, some with big platforms, again and again, year after year.
Correct.
And I am not trying to hide the other side's argument. I am trying to do the exact opposite. It's also worth keeping in mind that I absolutely do have an incentive here. I'll admit it. I want people to stop trying to get this man fired for things he has not done and for words he has not said. And
okay, I can get behind that message. I think some of the decisions he made might be counterintuitive here, but that's besides the point.
I also want YouTubers to think more carefully about what information they present and where they get that information from.
I agree with this sentiment. Don't just speculate and come up with these. Oh, well, at least if you do some theorize and really hammer it home that this is speculation or this is a joke. I think that's probably where this video failed. Anyone media savvy would understand what he's attempting to do, but general audience isn't going to understand that. And there's going to be people to spin this in a certain way. But I do agree with the general sentiment.
And I want YouTube viewers to do more to protect themselves from misinformation and not believe everything you hear online so easily, especially when that information tells you what you want to hear, because those are the times you're vulnerable. Many
agree. Okay. Nothing to really argue against here.
Other people in this story also have motive. There is a clear financial incentive to make Bethesda bad videos.
And I hope he admits he probably has a financial incentive himself. Does he have a Patreon? Yep. Patreon. No, Payspin. Yep, Patreon, sorry. He has a financial incentive. He might be ahead. And his optics of punching down might look a little thing, but might be able to press on that misinformation thing, which I agree, worth criticizing.
They are some of the best performing in the YouTube gaming space, and this can be seen quite clearly just by comparing. Mistakes happen. YouTubers get things wrong. YouTubers get carried away. YouTubers lose perspective. Sometimes everyone fucks up. But the correct thing to do in those situations is to own up to it, apologize, and move on. And I'm not saying doing the right thing is easy. I'm just making it clear what the right thing is in this situation. Oh, and by the way,
I have to go back
online so easily, especially when that information tells you what you want to hear, because those
Bang,
are the
bang,
times
bang.
you're vulnerable. Many
Oh,
other people in this story also have motive.
almost done.
There is a clear financial incentive to make Bethesda bad videos.
Yes, and you have a financial sensitive. I assume you are monetized. I saw a few ads, not a lot actually, but a few. For a 2-hour video, not very many. And a Patreon. I'll take a look at that before I close out. But that is to be aware.
They are some of the best performing in the YouTube gaming space.
Yep. Coming out against it is definitely a better. Yeah. Fair enough. Skill up. Morally, technically, creative, bankrupt. That's fair enough. Okay. I don't know about these Starfields. I haven't watched them yet. I'll have to go through them. Fucking hell. Brick to the wall.
And this can be seen quite clearly just by comparing these videos to others by the same creators. And as for the other people in this video, what they do is up to them. But the correct thing to do in this situation is to say sorry to the person you've harmed. Mistakes happen.
Well, you can't actually prove literal harm to Emil here. That's the problem. There's no tangible harm to be seen. He is definitely making a great case, a speculative case that most people would be harmed by all this rhetoric, but it seems like Emil is a rather resistant person, or maybe a dumb person like they claim, who's just ignorant to this. Doesn't matter in any case. You don't see any stress from this, but that's because he seems to have a healthy way to deal with this. I think the better case is if he actually got fired off of this, or if it was someone else in his position who got pretty much targeted like this, they might not handle it as well as Emil. So I understand why he feels it's unfair. I definitely feel it's unfair myself, okay? But I think he's making a little bit too logical leaps based on a couple little different things. I wouldn't call it untrue, but I have a different perspective on it.
YouTubers get things wrong. YouTubers get carried away. YouTubers lose perspective. Sometimes everyone fucks up. But the correct thing to do in those situations is to own up to it, apologize, and move on. And I'm not saying...
Yeah, I agree. That is the best way to do it. But there's a certain amount of credibility, claims, psychological, sociological sort of issues involved with doing such a thing.
Saying doing the right thing is easy. I'm just making it clear what the right thing is in this situation. Oh, and...
Okay. I can personally back that. Okay. Doesn't mean you can't have criticism. Just be honest with your criticism. And if someone points out, like in this video, you have a clear bias that's really skewing you to a certain direction, try to consider that possibility. As Emil said, not all criticism's going to be good. Don't dismiss it just at face value as bad faith. And I think a lot of people do that in this sphere. They're just doing clout. Okay. Many people do different things. Don't assume their intent. I know Creetosis did that. I don't know if Patrice did it. Okay. You never know what people are truly thinking and what their thought logic process is. The intent is really hard to determine. Even if they say it, sometimes people can be lying about their intent.
By the way, PatricianTV, you like research, so some advice. It might be worth researching something called defamation, because the case against you seems rather strong. And
again, I don't know if you might be technically correct. I think this is a dumb idea to include.
Almost everything that's usually so hard to prove, you have provided evidence of already. The sad thing about this situation is that I don't think something like that would ever actually happen, because as far as I can tell, Emil Pagliarulo is just not that kind of guy.
Also, you have to Sorry, even Never here doesn't understand it. For defamation, you have to show tangible harm to your finances. The defamation case, I don't think, as I understand it, would go anywhere if it hasn't actually harmed Emil. If you can show actual harm, like if he did get fired for this, then yeah, Emil would have a case. Is that going to happen? Probably not.
He has never shown the slightest interest in internet drama and seems to only want to spread positivity and make games. The idea that this guy would ever sue anyone just seems so hard to believe, even if he would win and even if they deserved it. And that's what I find so upsetting about these events. All of this didn't seem to happen in spite of the kind of person Emil is. It happened because of it. And remember, this is all over a video game. Every single thing that happened here was because people played a game and found it disappointing. And then instead of just, moving on and maybe playing a game they do like, they instead needed someone to blame, someone to hate, someone to frame, someone to attack.
Yeah, the nature. People don't want to abandon their sacred sheep, their childhood love. It's being infiltrated by outsiders. But from what I see, Emil isn't an outsider. He's just not with the times. There's corporate interests that he's probably having work around that he probably doesn't even agree with a lot of the decisions in the end. Probably more of this should stay on Todd Howard. He has more of the power. Emil, I don't know. How much power does he really have? Trying to make arguments that he's a bad writer when you don't know what exactly he wrote, or even explain why it's really bad. I mean, you can even look at things he took credit for and say, yeah, that is bad. But do you know how that was put together? Was the actual suggestion made by Emil and other people under him wrote the actual code, the dialogue, scenario, blah, blah, blah. You sort of need to know this sort of stuff. When you just strictly go by the game and not place any blame on any external forces, your criticism is just so much easier. This is bad for this, and this reason. But everyone's just been following along with what's easier, what people like. They want scapegoats. They want a reason. They want someone to blame. They don't want to hate Bethesda. They want Bethesda to be good again. Okay. And they think they can just kick some people out and it'll be fixed. Reality doesn't work that way. Those people, Emil, Todd Howard gets kicked out. Bethesda will probably just get replaced by even dumber peons. And the games will get significantly worse. I can't say that for sure. Who would you get? Oh, let's just get other aged people from the Interplay to come in. Deductive logic. Maybe it would work, but I sort of have my doubts on that.
Back. Because of a video game. Good job, everyone. Thank you for watching.
Mm-hmm. Yep, patron. Whose names are being not okay. Due to the more controversial nature of the video. Special thanks to the one person who offered additional advice on the video itself. Is he going to name that person?
Emil is
not.
a fantastic example of someone who is promoted far beyond his skill or talent, as he's a hack writer, incapable of dealing with even
Oh god, there was no design document.
design documents and not being beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago.
Yeah, definitely misrepresenting this. Let's go to his Patreon. Join for free. Weird. Might as well. Oh, fuck. Seems you can join for free. But I'm going to end it here. I got plenty of research. And I have my Mama Max video to wrap up on. But thought I would get this out there for several different reasons. Come one, come all. You want to criticize me? Thursday night's my stream. DM me if you want to argue with me over someone else's opinions that I may or may not support. I'll put my links in the description in case you have the balls or even made it to the end. Guys, Unlike other content creators, I like to argue with people. I like to fight. Let's have a little bit of fun with it. That's it. I'm done.